People will do anything. Dang. Makes sense. Some makes sense. Makes sense, man. Man. All right. What the heck? Am I tripping? I don't know. All right. Hmm. Let's get this going. What's the deal, Jane? What's the deal? What is the dealio? See some real quick. Why? Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. I might have found me man. I gotta get the practice on this thing. We back on that MK.
Okay.
What's the deal? How you feeling?
Good. How's four people in here and ain't nobody tapping the damn box?
You already know how they be doing up in here.
That's free 99. Tap the box.
Free 99.
How you doing today?
I'm blessed as usual, you know?
Facts. Facts.
You?
Blessed as usual, you know.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Feeling good.
I feel to know how to love unconditionally. People hate that conversation, boy. I do love bring hatred out of people.
You start a war talking about unconditional
Don't dig
love.
into my insecurities. I like to love the way I love.
If somebody just looks at me wrong and I don't like the way they look, that's a condition. So no. Oh man, yeah, that needs to be a whole nother topic again because that one was good.
Yeah, that's gonna always get talked about in here. Hey, what the heck did I? My little character came out. I had to practice this one, man. I got my little Cybot back. So yeah, they got what 345. Why did everybody try to come in like they did yesterday? Everybody want to come in when I gotta go to bed. I ain't pushing it again this time. I ain't pushing. I went to bed about 12 o'clock yesterday. I was sleepy. Give me some rest because I got a super topic for tomorrow.
Ooh, a super one.
I know that boy gonna be triggering, extra triggering.
I was in here
The
watching.
topic gonna be, this is a man's world.
Well, that's gonna be something interesting. Your room
Oh
will be
yes,
full.
it's gonna be very direct though too, because it like this hard. It's gonna be hard. It's like harsh. It's gonna be harsh truth though, because it's like people don't understand. You only got laws because of men allowed it. Because otherwise, if we were just a dog eat dog world, it'd be a wrap. It'd be a wrap. One of my questions I got on there is, I said, what would women do if it was no such thing as law? I'm just curious. I'm just trying to humble some things, man, because I think, now they done invented pew pews and all this other stuff. Everybody feel like they the top dogs now. And I don't need, and they get to say these things like I don't need no man now. Shoot, if men need men, what the heck? What thing women don't think they need men? It's crazy, especially for survival. Shoot, that's how we fight wars.
Now you know I'm an independent woman doing it all on my
Yeah.
own. I have
Oh,
11 fumes in the crib. I don't need nobody come up to the door. I even got a little cockapoo. He don't bark like well, yes, he do bark, but he don't bark at strangers. He broken.
what
My
happened?
dog is broken. My dog. Because he don't bark at strangers. But yeah, that's gonna be a good topic, Kev. I really feel like that's gonna be a good topic.
Oh
The first
yeah.
one, you can't really refute that one. I mean, can't really refute it.
Was that
It's a man's world. That can't be refuted.
oh,
I don't see how.
somebody was saying, I'm like, bro, he like this one dude try to. I actually got this topic because it's there's they was bringing up. Oh, I can get a what you call it with that? Then that. Oh, then oh. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Oops, into it. I don't know why I forgot. But yeah, I thought about this at
Yeah. You ain't gotta say my bad. It's your life. Shut up on it.
What up,
You do that.
Kev?
Sadil Abdullah, how you feeling, man?
I'm Gucci, bro. I'm Gucci.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Creole doll, I heard you say this is a man's world.
That's
Oh yeah.
Kev's topic, his juicy topic that's coming up.
You heard what James Brown said, though, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl.
That part, but it's still a man's world though. When it comes down to these
Man
laws,
make the cars. Nah, I just play.
I ain't gonna get out in the street and fight no man. I'm sorry. Nope, I'm running. And I ain't gonna call my brothers or my daddy neither. Nope, I ain't getting them involved. I'm just gonna step away. I ain't like old girl fussing and fighting over no plate, but you could have a plate, you could have a restaurant, you could have whatever. I'm going somewhere else to eat.
Man, I had an ex like that one time. We was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and she got pulled over by the state police outside Chicago, and she wanted to argue with the trooper about a speeding ticket. And I look, I'm like, hey, babe, shut up. Let me find out what's going on. And she gave me that look. You know how y'all women get that look, like, how dare you tell me to shut up? But at the time, I'm like, no, the way you talking to him, you gonna get us in trouble. Let me find out what's going on. And so the officer came over to my side of the car. He like, who is you? I'm like, this my woman, but I'm also in the United States military. Like, what's the problem, officer? And he was like, she was speeding. I'm like, well, okay, well, just give us a ticket. I'll pay for it and we'll keep it moving. And he gave us a ticket within 10 seconds. So I did all that because I'm like, ain't no need to argue with him, with a man. Let's diffuse this situation. A man gonna talk to another man with respect, especially if he coming at him with respect. So You know, she got a little upset at the moment, but she thanked me later for diffusing that situation and paying that ticket because it could have got even much worse, flipping off at the mouth.
I just rest in my femininity and I make sure that I either pull down my shirt a little bit or I act like I'm pregnant and going to the hospital. And only one officer followed me to the hospital. And I really was pregnant, but I just said that I was going through, like contractions at the moment. And that's why I was speeding. Really, I just wanted something to eat. But that's when, turn that feminine on. Oh my God. Yes, I know I'm speeding. I do apologize about that. What can we do to solve it? Because I'm really in an emergency situation. Should I turn on my flashers? Like, we could get our way out of things. There's ways to do it.
Yeah, that's one thing about y'all. Y'all can entice certain people out of a lot of situations. I will give y'all that.
Supposed to.
But at the same time, but just like I gave that example, us men, we have certain things about us that we can diffuse the situation without things getting any further, especially with a confrontation. Now, will I address somebody in a confrontation? Yeah, but if I can avoid it, I'm gonna avoid it as much as possible.
Right. Well, when I was married, I didn't understand why my husband would inform me because he was 14 years older than me. So I was a young, fresh chicken when I met him. And he used to tell me all the time when we first started dating, he was like, when you see, oops, my bad. When he comes up and he's speaking or whatever, just don't even say anything. And I thought, like, at the moment, me being like 22 years old, I'm like, oh, he's trying to control the narrative. But now I understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, after a while, I was like, oh, no, you're going to do the talking. So if someone said hello to me and it was somebody I didn't know and it was a man, I wouldn't speak. It was no need. You're not talking to me. You're talking to my husband.
Right. Like I had a situation like that at my job where there was a woman. She was a clerk at the window. A man came up to her and he spoke in an aggressive tone towards her. And she kind of got a little emotional behind it, so she came in the back and told me and like three other guys who was in the back about the situation. And I could tell you the moment we went to that front and to see what first identify who the dude was that was talking aggressive. The moment he saw us, that little aggressive attitude he had, all that went out the window. Because I looked him dead in the eye. As a man, you're supposed to look another man directly in the eye when you're speaking to him. And then once I saw that he wasn't really no threat, he was just trying to be on some macho stuff to a woman, which I think is crazy. Then whatever situation he had, he was able to address it with a man because the way men speak, we're going to speak in a direct tone to get the situation or the problem solved right then and there. That's probably the reason why your ex at the time didn't want you to say anything. Because the way men handle things, we're gonna handle things way different than what a woman would.
Yeah, we more logical, right? You more logical, right, Abdul?
Yeah, because we know that for one, we can't afford to get emotional right out the back. That's gonna easily arise somebody to get more angry and more hostile towards you. So by us thinking before reacting, that gives us the advantage of, okay, we can handle this a little bit better. But I know where a lot of dudes is nowadays.
You know what?
It's hard for me to
We got a
it's
lot
hard
to
for me to
lose.
tell what it
We
is.
got a lot
Yeah.
to lose. We got family, we got kids, so we want to find the best way that we ain't got to resort to losing all that.
Exactly.
Compared to a dude that ain't got nothing, he gonna go at it like in the dumbest way ever.
And I
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
exactly.
seem
Yeah,
like
exactly.
more logical. I would say like an equal footing. Just like, okay, I have 7 brothers, right? My brothers were not allowed to fuss at women because that was my job to go outside and fight all these girls that they get into it with. The same way as if a guy approached me, he said, my brother stepped in, one of my brothers stepped in or whatever, my father stepped in. It didn't happen often because it didn't happen often because once you see another man approaching a man, I mean, that's equal footing. That's equal ground. The first thing that's going to happen is a conversation. It's the same as with women. We're not going to get in the yard and just automatically fight. If you see another woman, we're ground now. If it's man, he's probably not gonna hit you back. But when it comes down to us, it's either gonna be a conversation or it's gonna be something else.
And I was saying in that regard, women have logic too in their setting because, like you just said, a woman knows how to talk to a woman way better than a man would if he had to approach a woman in a possible hostile situation. Because let's say if I got in a female face, and I came off as aggressive with her, her antenna's gonna go up. She most likely probably gonna get emotional with me. I may not be able to know how to react in that situation. Whereas if I had my woman with me, and if she saw that woman tried to get in my face, now she can approach that situation with that female way better than I can. Same thing with men.
Right, like my husband tried to I had to approach my husband's side chick one time because she was trying to swing on my husband, and I'm like, no, sis. Y'all was getting down when y'all was getting down, but come in and drink some tea. We can talk about this.
You still had his back when he did that?
Yeah.
Why you didn't leave him?
Why? I chose who I chose.
Yeah, but you said his side chick.
Yeah, I knew that my husband, when I first met him, we had conversations. We had in-depth conversations. And because he was older, he didn't mind having conversations that I wasn't prepared for, right? So I knew that my husband liked being with women that were married because he didn't like the responsibility. When I first met him, I still had an old engagement ring that was left in a lockbox. He asked me to wear it before we got married. He liked that idea that, I don't have to put too much effort into it. But once we got married, it was like, I know that the possibility of you being with somebody else, if we ever separated, because we separated at one point, it was a possibility. So it presented itself in front of my face. I can't get mad at the truth. I can only get mad at a lie. So
you have somebody on the side too, huh?
No, I didn't have anybody on the side.
Dang, that's crazy.
But that's the thing though. You knew when you first met him that he entertained other women and you accepted that. So in a sense, I personally really can't get mad at that.
Not necessarily entertain other women while being with someone, but I knew that he liked the idea of not putting a lot of effort in. He liked having somebody else or something. That was
okay.
Eventually, I noticed that it was like the cuckold experience without having to look in on it. You see what I'm saying? Without having to be that person in the room. He liked being with somebody else that had somebody else. He had told me when we first met.
That's weird, ain't it?
He also told me that he had, when I asked him, well, how many partners? Because we got to the partner conversation. I'm like, well, how many partners did you have? And he said he didn't know. And I was like, okay.
Damn, that's gross.
I would have had him tested.
I mean, well, he's 14 years older than me. I'm 35. So the other day he would have been 49 years old. So,
he died?
Yeah. So
how did he die?
Unaliving himself.
Oh man, man.
But he was in the military, so that's prone to like dipping and dabbling and having his fun. He was in the military since 18, so he did his thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then he had a wife before me. She cheated on him, so he had to see if he still had it for a few years. That's why he was like that.
His heart was broken.
Yeah, he had to see if he still had it. So for a long time, like he was out there, and to me, that's his life.
Hey, Creole, as a veteran myself, I saw that happen quite a bit, man. I knew I lost a couple of partners of mine, man, when they got back from Iraq. Man, they saw that their wife messed around when they was deployed and unalived themselves like less than 2 weeks after they came back home.
That is sad, man.
Yeah, that's a sad situation. He came home to nothing. His account was in a negative. He was coming back home from Afghanistan, and she cleaned him out. And she really didn't have a reason to. Me and her, we've had communication. She didn't have a reason to. He pretty much just left her the account and was like, do what you want to do with it. But she got rid of the baby. Can't say that A word. That she was.
Oh, damn.
She also had the new dude, but her karma was the house that she purchased with his funds was caught on fire. So, I mean, she received her karma.
That's the low down dirty slut.
Yeah. And she's no longer with the guy that she left him for.
Of course. Yeah. No man is going to respect you.
Yeah, that was.
No man is going to respect you if they know how you are.
Yeah.
Or he gonna be like he gonna leave her for the next woman that he gonna steal from somebody else.
Yeah.
Cause she ain't got no house for him to stay.
Right. But I mean, if people understood people on a more humanized basis instead of just saying, well, you're supposed to be this because this book says that or this person says that, really get to know the person and see what you're willing to
But
accept.
she could have been honest with the guy and broke up with him while he was in the army, than have him coming back empty.
Yeah.
You feel me? And with the baby gone too, that's like too deep. Cause it's like you fighting every day and you thinking about your family every day to come home to nothing.
Yeah.
Come home to another dude shaking your bed.
Yep. It was rough.
I already know, man.
Yeah. But
Like
then
when
you
I
got
was,
me.
when
And
I
then
was
I
in,
had both his
that's
sons.
what happened almost to me. Like when I came back from Vietnam back then, um, I thought my wife was doing that, but she wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Vietnam.
Thank you for your sir. I was in too when I met him. So I guess we're all veterans because I was in too. I did 10 years.
Man.
And
No, Brett.
then I got
Man,
out.
salute to everybody that was in, man.
Yeah.
Shoot, that happened to me, man. When I was in Afghanistan, my ex, had got pregnant, had the child.
What
I'm
the
thinking for
fuck?
years the child was mine. Kind of find out he wasn't.
What the like?
So, like you said,
What's wrong with these
here it is.
ladies?
You overseas fighting and defending. That's it, motherfucker doing you foul behind the scenes,
Yeah,
man.
they over there fighting in your bed.
Right, and I
Damn.
went through, I went through a long depression period because of
I
that, man.
know, man. I know. Sometimes you gotta laugh at it, man, to make it, you know what I mean, go away. Sometimes you gotta laugh at it.
I'm getting the last laugh now, bro. I done moved on, man. I done moved to a different city, got a better job, man. Got my own place, making more money now than I did before. So I'm good, man.
It's crazy. You go fight for your country, and you thinking that you go in there to help your family out. You the whole time you thinking like, I didn't even need to go. I didn't even need to do that. I
No,
didn't even need.
I'm in a good relation. I'm in a good relationship now, man, with a woman that understands me, that ain't judging me for what I went through or nothing like that, and who actually encourages me to continue with counseling. That's what I really like about her. She
Yeah,
encourages me to continue to get better.
yeah, but you can't trust nobody but yourself nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Because people change, man. People change, bro. I'm telling you. Like they'll be there for you for 1, 2 years, 3 years, and they start flipping out. They start changing. You be like, who are you? They be having like secret accounts and shit. You be like, where you getting this money from? You feel me? You over there helping them, and you thinking they broke. They over there just collecting your money.
That's crazy.
For real, you be broke.
Yeah.
You be having like 500 in your account, and they over there sitting on like 11 grand.
That's why it's best to know who you're with. Like if somebody tells you, like if a man is choosing to be vulnerable with me, and the reason why I didn't have a problem with a side chick is because I like women too. And she was fine as hell. Tamika's very, very beautiful. Hats off. I would have chose her too. But she's not that way. But anyway, that's the reason as to why you get to know someone fully. You know what I'm saying? And when someone's vulnerable with you, then you figure out other ways. Okay, so instead of me saying that I'm going to continue to be the problem, just like with the situation with me, we had our separate accounts and then we had a bill joint account. Therefore, there was no hitting anything, but you still have your privacy. I still have mine, but just know these bills need to be paid.
Yeah.
So, you find solutions within the issues of the past because just because people say, oh, well, I've healed from this or I went to therapy because of this doesn't mean that it's something they don't have to heal from every single day.
Hmm. Yeah, but it's sad like when you go to do service and it's like you feel like you helping your family, then to come home to the whole opposite. Like it's crazy, and it's like you being loyal too. You could knock people down in the army, but you be like, I got a family. I can't do this. That's the crazy part. For a man, for
Yeah.
for a man, this
It is
this
devastating to because it's like a lot of people say what they can deal with and stuff like that, but when you dealt with somebody that's been through something like that and you see how the trust is never truly gonna be there, it's always gonna be something in the back of their mind like, you
always,
could do me the
always.
same way. We could put 10 years in, and 12 and 15 and 30, and I'm still gonna think, is the interest still there? Is it still gonna be what it is and what it was? So it still takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, for real. Because when I was in a relationship and I cheated, right? Like dumb. I got caught up and I was with the person for 5 plus, and they always bring up that same shit, no matter what. Oh, they're always gonna bring up that shit every time. They're gonna bring it up. So once you break that shit, I think you just should walk away and stop being selfish. Sometimes you gotta walk away and let that person just find what they're looking for.
Yeah, I know with me, once me and my woman got way more serious, I told her straight up, hey, look, if we officially get in a relationship, I'm only going to be devoted and committed to you. Do you see yourself being devoted and committed to me? And she told me without hesitation, yes. Because, I mean, when we first started talking, we not sure, whether or not we're going to continue on, talking to each other, whatnot. So, yeah, I had somebody I was talking to on the side. She had somebody she was talking to on the side. But once we started spending more time with each other and, of course, feelings develop and then we having deeper and deeper conversations and we, growing more into each other. Whoever I was messing with, bro, I just left them completely alone. Cause I'm like, well, okay, you cool, but I got something good right here, and I want to try to see if this gonna be long term. And she made the same decision. And once we both left the people we were talking to alone, we both came together as adults and said, hey, look, this is what we both want. Let's remain devoted and committed to it. And if we have any problems or issues, we grown. We can talk it out. Let's talk it out like adults. Sit down. You communicate what's on your mind. I communicate what's on my mind, regardless of how we think or feel about it. At the end of the day, we can resolve our issues by just having proper communication with each other. And that's how my relationship currently has worked, in the sense of, man, now we're growing even more for each other because we're able to have that bond as far as communication and remain consistent with that communication and quality time.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I'm not looking no more because ain't nobody out here real.
Nah,
Most
I ain't gonna say
people,
that. It's real people out here. I think the
hey,
problem is too many people be looking, man. Don't look.
oh yeah, that
Don't
looking
don't look.
looking is a done deal.
That's the problem with too many people. I see it every day on social media. People, I'm looking for this. That's your problem. Stop looking. Stop looking. Like,
Those make believe relationship goals and stuff like that from pictures on Instagram.
I don't do none of that. I don't do none of that shit. Cause one thing about me, man, the way I talk now, that's the same way I was talking when I first met her. I wasn't sugarcoating. I ain't be man enough to admit the first time we met, she came to my house. We had sex the first time we met.
Oh Jesus,
Yeah.
nothing wrong with it.
But you gotta understand too, at that time we had been talking, I wanna say probably about a month. We was just talking, calling and stuff like that. And then, you know, I had the time off, she came over, we talked, that vibe was there. Next thing you know, we did it.
That's how it was with my husband. I talked to him for almost a year, and then that first meetup, after the initial meetup, he was on the popping.
And I don't regret it. I don't regret it. Cause if we'd have did it and then we stopped talking to each other, hey, at the end of the day, we still both got what we wanted. She wanted sex, I wanted sex. We were just vibing that night or whatever. That's how I look at it. Oh, somebody ain't here. Yeah, so that's how I look at it.
So, Kev, you want me to answer this first subjective question?
It's first subjective.
Everything is subjective.
I can't put my point of view first. You can.
Everything's subjective. So is bad parenting really subjective? Absolutely, because everything is.
No, it ain't.
I don't know what bad parenting is or good parenting is. I have absolutely no clue. There's no book to it. I wish it was. This would be the easiest thing if I could just read a book.
Yeah, I wish I could read a book. That's funny.
There's so many books out here. This is a gentle parenting, and this is what you should do to your child when they're doing this. And then they have the age group. They even ask you, like, when you have the baby, what age do you think they'll start walking and talking and feeding themselves? I don't know. Clearly, if I knew, then they're, you know what I'm saying, everybody else would. So who knows?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Creole. I ain't never read a book on parenting. I ain't never read a book, an article on how to parent.
Oh, lovely. What is two people just sitting in the box, nobody letting each other up? That's crazy. All y'all mods
See
too.
it,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
I would have let him up
yeah,
if I seen it. I didn't see it.
yeah. I ain't
They
never read a
mods
book
too. They could let each. They could have let each other up. That's the crazy part.
because the way I look at parenting is the type I lead by. I always told myself when I did parent my son at the time, I told myself I am the example. So by me being who I am as a person, that is how my child is going to learn certain beliefs and values and certain instincts in life by taking hold of who and what I am already. I don't need no book to tell me who I am and how to live my life. So yeah, I agree. Like, fuck, you need a book to teach you how to be a parent. If you know your mom and daddy did something wrong, I mean, common sense will tell you don't do it with your parents.
Yo,
That part. That's exactly what I was gonna say, Abdullah. It's like, look, there were some wrong things our parents did and some right things our parents did, and you just gotta take what you know and you gotta move with it. There is no book for parenting.
need to be.
We need a whole other Bible, huh?
I'm pretty sure it is a book
need
on
both.
parenting, just like
It
it's a
is.
book on relationships. Though.
They got parenting classes,
Right.
telling you to look your child in the eyes when you're talking to them, and then they'll change their attitude. But you can't look every child in the eye because mine is autistic. So they be like, let me freak out real quick and act even more upset.
Well, that's the thing though, that us as parents, like, our children have to go into the educational system while we go to work, and then they also come home. So now they got to know two different environments.
Well, what I did was at home I would prepare my child for that educational system before he even went to school, so he know exactly what he can expect when he goes to that school.
Exactly.
I always tell him, like, hey son, look, this is what you're gonna learn in school. This is the history they gonna teach you, and this is the history that you need to always know when you at home. Cause this history at home gonna get you through life. That's gonna get you to a high school or college degree or whatever. But this right here, you're gonna learn this for the rest of your life because you'll be able to explain it to others that may not know it. And it goes back to what I stated earlier by being the example. I learned to study this on my own and did the research myself. So therefore, I can teach it to my child so that my child get a better understanding. So if he or she has questions about it, then they can go do their research, but they'll have the information already there to do the research on their own.
Sean wants to rebuttal. That's what Sean listening to all our answers. Hey, Sean.
No,
You know how you work.
Sean's gonna
Might
come
be at
in
work.
What up? I ain't hear nothing nobody was saying.
Hi,
Hey,
brother. Yes,
What's
you
going on?
did.
So I only hear it if I disagree. So,
Hey, you
like,
damn right.
Hey, Sean always got a response. Always.
Hey, listen,
Sean makes you think.
I've always, man. You know what? Somebody just told me that today at work. YT dude, he was like, man, He said, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I like working with you, man, because he said, I never know what's gonna come out of your mouth, and they keep me very entertained. But anyway, let me go ahead and start. Let me go ahead and start. What's the word I want to use? Disagreeing already. Okay, let me go ahead. And oh man, hold on. See, you got me on this first one because you already know my answer on that one. You know that's my favorite word up in there. The last one, subjective. Yeah, is bad parenting really subjective? I would say, for me, I would say yes, because, and I don't think there's a universal way to parent. I know some people do, but I don't. Every child is different. I may think someone buying a child everything is make them a bad parent because you're not teaching your kids how to work for things, or things just going to be given to you just because. Some people could think me not giving my kids everything they want, but everything they need can be me being, they call me neglect. Some people look at that as a form of abuse. So I think it's very subjective. I could care less what people do with their kids too, if I'm being honest.
Facts. Just don't bring them over my house
Exactly.
and leave them.
Well, but do you ever hold another parent that you see treating their child like crap? Do you ever hold them accountable and say, "Hey, you shouldn't do that"?
Hell no.
That's
I'm
subjective.
sorry. No.
Very
It's not bad
subjective.
parenting. They just beating on their child.
I don't step in when it comes down to other people's kids. I don't like involving myself with other people's kids.
No,
I,
I agree.
Hey, I tell parents like this: if you don't want me to discipline your child, don't have that child come to my house, cause
So that is
he may
bad.
be rude. He may be rude at your place. He ain't gonna do that at mine.
Exactly.
He gonna get the business over here.
It's gonna be a lot of yes ma'ams and yes sirs.
So yeah,
Yes.
I agree with Sean. Yeah, that's
Yes.
subjective. How you raise your kid. If you think
Yep.
buying your kid, all the Jordans in the world is parenting. Okay, that's cool to you. Me, I'm subjective. You got to earn that. And I
Yep.
don't even wear Jordans, so you know, I'm not gonna be too happy to buy you $200-300 pair of shoes if I don't even wear them shits myself. So you gonna have to earn that with me. Some people don't do that. Some people just buy it just because.
Well, that's the thing, Abdullah. Like, a lot of people don't even know how to put kids in check, because kids they're independent. They're very vocal, and they're gonna say some stuff. They're gonna do some stuff. They're gonna behave a certain way. But we have to put them in check, because how are they gonna become adults if we don't do it?
I feel attacked. I feel like Sean. I feel like Lovely. I feel like Abdullah is attacking me because I definitely do splurge on my kids. If I could buy Louis Vuittons, I could definitely buy some Uggs and some Jordans. I feel like if I look good and I know how I feel when I go into a department store, I go into wherever I want to go into, and I want to buy myself something, I'm going to make sure that my kids look good too. So if my daughter wants some Jordans, if I went and spent $1,200 on some shoes, guarantee you this, she can definitely get them Jordans. But she does, and my children do what they supposed to do though in school.
I want to ask this question: Who do you believe get more of a pleasure? Well, who would get more of a pleasure out of that situation? Because do children know like the value in like Jordans and stuff, and care about how much the stuff is on their foot or something like that, or is that more like a pleasure towards the parent because they child look good better than other kids or something? I don't know what the deal is. I don't know.
It's just mimicking my style. So like my 9-year-old, he just started wearing Forces because he liked them because his sister wears them. But what I do with my kids though, I give them the money, have them count it out, tell them the value of the money, and have them go pay for it. My youngest son, he still likes Spider-Man shoes. So it all depends on what they like. But as far as like them going to school,
Did you
with
show them the
their
shoes?
clothes, did I show them the shoes?
Yeah, how they know anything about Jordans, or did they see it in front of somebody?
Oh yeah, because I don't wear Jordans. So at the school, like with my oldest daughter, she in high school, so she see Jordans and all that and Uggs and stuff like that all
I'd have
over.
been like, they Skechers. It's like, no.
I used to buy her Skechers. She used to like the metallic Skechers. It used to be these ugly Skechers she used to be in love with, and it's all because the little girls in 5th grade was wearing the Skechers, and she wanted herself a pair. But as far as like, if
Kids
I'm
want
going out,
everything though.
right, they do. But if I go out and I'm like buying some, and I know that my price tags be looking crazy sometimes. When it comes down to my oldest, if they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing in school, they're doing their chores, they're respectful kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm always getting accolades about them. They're putting in their work, especially when I see like my oldest is up to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning doing things I didn't do in my teen years, which is studying all night. If you putting in that time and that effort, then I already know that you're gonna be putting in that time and that effort when you leave out and you get grown. So if you just want a pair of Jordans, but you bringing me hundreds, oh yeah, we're gonna get you them pair of Jordans because that's what you want. And you bought me exactly what I thought you should be bringing me, which is time and effort that you put into yourself.
I think what Creole is doll is speaking on too is that, remember I talk about this a lot, Kev, is like that substance beyond surface. So is it all about what we wear and what we're presenting ourselves with, or is it about what our characteristics are? If we have respect, if we have love, if we have morals, if we have this like, how do we present ourselves even though we're dressed a certain way?
Right. And I wasn't used to Jordans when I was younger because I didn't wear sneakers to school in high school. I was taught you on an interview everywhere. So my shoes weren't Jordans, but they were damn near the cost of them. And I was taught in my family, you're on an interview everywhere that you go, especially when it comes down to high school. And how you feel primarily goes into how much effort you put into your hygiene. So if you working hard, I'm willing to pay $100 to $200 for them A's, for them hundreds, because I know that was hard work.
Now, I'm from Chicago, and I used to go to school a couple of blocks from where Michael Jordan and the Bulls used to play, the old Chicago Stadium. And this was early 90s, early to mid 90s. And back then, the reason why I didn't wear Jordans as a kid was because it was a lot of kids around those areas. They were getting, unalived and robbed and stuff like that for those Jordans. So for safety reasons, my parents just didn't buy them because they didn't want their children to be victims of a robbery.
Well,
But
that's a good
but
point.
then when I got grown and started buying them, cause like especially the 13s, I had like 6 pairs of 13s in different colors. Every last one of them got stolen from me. Somebody would go in my apartment. A couple of my army buddies, I think, did it, man. They would go in my apartment and take my J's, man. And after the last one, I'll say I was like 24 at the time. After the last one, I'm like, nah, I ain't buying no more. Cause
You
if
know
I got
that's a good point, Abdullah, because I was just watching a video the other day, and there was some kids that were on a block, and a car pulled up and they robbed all the kids at like a bus stop of their Jordans, of of their shoes, and I'm like, man, we got kids stealing shoes from kids.
This another thing I do too. When I buy certain things, I look up the price point concerning how much it costs to make them. So Jordans only cost $5 to $10 to make them, right? They cost about 200 or something dollars, 220, give or take, depending on which ones you're buying. That's how much it costs to buy them. I also let them know that Jordan don't get nothing but a small percentage of this money because he does not own the Jordan shoes or his brand, period. He only owns a small percentage, which is his name.
Well,
However,
Jordans aren't even made in America; they're made
no,
overseas.
and they're $5 to $10. The material is $5 to $10. So what I tell her all the time is, I can give you the 250, and you can go buy some different shoes, or you can buy these Jordans. It's up to you. Everything is a decision. Everything. You can buy a whole bunch of outfits, or you could buy these Jordans, or you could go on what's that? They always got me on that website that all the kids be on now, or you can go on that website and you could drop all this and get like a whole new wardrobe. It's up to you.
well, but I like what you just described in that, Creole. Like you educated your children on that as well.
Yes.
So now they understand the choices that they make. I think that's a result of good parenting. Because you're educating them on, you're giving them, not only are you giving them a choice, but you're educating them on the choices they want to make for themselves as regards of what they want to buy and things like that. That's good parenting.
Right, because you're not the knowledge that you gain along your way is what requires you to make the choice that you're gonna make.
Yep. Thank you. And I also told her this year you can get another business, another LLC with that $300 because she wanted some $300 pair of shoes, or you go buy them shoes and keep making somebody else rich. You can also
Mm-hmm.
make your own clothes because we got a whole bunch of stuff up in here. Even down, she don't wear
So
weave, but she can make a
Ke-
weave.
I want to say this on Kev because I know he brought up is bad parenting really subjective, but is good parenting subjective? What about the good parenting? What about the parents who are good? What about the parents who actually really do put in work into their children? Is good parenting subjective?
No, that's always facts when it comes to parents, and you can judge me when it comes to that. Don't say the other one. I'm always good. I know what I'm doing.
I think the method of it can be subjective of good parenting. I mean, the example we were just using regarding, the expensive clothes and stuff like that. People like me, I believe that, if your children want and desire something, it has to be earned. Some people like Creole, she said that she buys it, so she gonna make sure her kids get it as well. But not once did she say that, well, just because this my child, he or she just gonna get it. I'm pretty sure she ain't gonna get her kids nothing if they acting up or messing up.
They
I
earned
didn't
it.
hear.
Right.
Yeah.
I take away Christmas, birthday, Easter. I have taken away all. One year I ain't even buy no tree.
They gotta earn it. They gotta
Oh,
earn it.
and I went out and bought myself something nice. Another year, my son was disrespectful with a teacher for his first year. He was talking back to her. So he didn't have a birthday. Well, he had a birthday because the Lord gave him that day. And he didn't get his Christmas gift until it was Easter time. And then I cut them down in half and I got my money back for some of them. So yeah, I don't mind. We don't do celebrations just because I don't just go out and you're acting up. So I'm gonna take you on no shopping spree. Take myself on one,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it will help me pick out my stuff. My daughter has picked out plenty of my outfits for me.
But I was also gonna say I think good parenting can also not based on just the results. Like when I had my son, there were things that he would say or do that I actually learned on how to be not only just a better parent but a better person.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you're saying, Abdullah, is like we learn a lot of stuff by being a parent. Just by being a parent. We actually learn more from our kids sometimes. A lot of adults don't understand how much we learn by our children because they're our children. We want to be so in control, but we also don't want to control them. We want them to be them, but we also don't want I guess the way that I'm saying it is that look, we were children once and now we're adults. But we're not trying to control them to be the children that we want them to be. We're trying to guide them to be the people that they're supposed to be, not us. We don't want them to be us. We want them to be them. And a lot of people forget about that. They don't even let children be children.
What does that mean? Because I think a lot of people have definitions of what kids can and what they can't do, and that goes back to parenting. Like some people will allow their. I was just telling my cousin, like the new generation of parents, they talk to their kids like they're their friends, and in turn, those little kids will talk to other adults like you're their age. Me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm offended when they go to talk. Like, don't talk to me like that. You're not my equal.
Mm-hmm.
But
You know what that reminds me of is like being an aunt. Like I have nephews and I have nieces, and it's like I can talk to you like a friend or like a parent, but I can't tell you what to do. I've always asked this question, and maybe everybody on this panel can ask this question. At what age do you have choice? And I've asked this question in Kev's lives multiple times. At what age do you have choice?
I mean, as early as you can remember. Honestly, are you just talking about like supervised choices, like that type of thing? Because even kids make choices and they
Mm-hmm.
deal with the consequences, whether they good or bad.
I think that's the thing, though, too, doll, is you going to deal with the consequences? Because even if you look at choice, like, look, when I was a child and I was a baby, I cried because I needed something. Maybe I needed to be fed, or maybe I needed my diaper changed, or whatever. I made a choice to do it a certain way, but was somebody gonna take care of that need?
Right.
I don't know. It's really powerful because it's like, but then you get to a point where you're like, wait, you made a choice. It's like, who are you? Who you gonna turn back to? If you make a choice that is wrong, are the people that are around you, your support system, your parents, gonna be okay with that? Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with some consequences, but are they gonna deal with it? Or because some parents are like, well, nope, you did wrong, so I want to shut you out. I
Yeah.
want to shut you out, So you have some parents who are just like, I don't even want to deal with what you do wrong. But some parents are doing wrong too.
I feel like it's based on intelligence. I mean, because what at 12, a child can make the decision or give input concerning if you're going through like a custody battle with the other parent, they can make the decision or be a part of the deciding factor of where they should live. I feel like it's based on intellect. My daughter made the decision to be with her dad at 5. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? It was based on
What
intellect.
is a parent doing wrong though?
Right. Because if you ask a lot of people, they don't quote unquote parent wrong.
Exactly.
right,
And that's the biggest thing.
So if parents can't be wrong, that means people can't be wrong.
right.
And that's my biggest thing with parenting is that you will really have to look at yourself as an adult and ask yourself, are you really like in the best position possible that you can be in order for you to still follow in the footsteps of how you think you were raised? Most people don't even find a problem with how they were raised if there was a problem. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? Like you in your household, they probably say, well, you can eat candy all day long and you can eat after midnight and you don't have to go to sleep till 1 in the morning. And they would legitimately say, oh, I turned out fine and we did that my whole childhood.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Very,
Exactly.
but,
very,
but
very true. And I'll tell you one thing I did wrong early on as a parent. My anger, me getting very angry immediately. And that's one thing I noticed that I did wrong as a person too. Because although that anger served me well in the military, when it came to a child who was very innocent and really can't defend himself, that can actually scare and intimidate that child. And that happened to me. And it got to a point where my own mother had to tell me, hey son, you really need to work on your temper because it will come to a point where your child don't even want to be around you. That was my reality call right there. My son was 2 at the time. And I knew right then and there, yeah, I'm doing something wrong. I'm being angry all the damn time. That's ineffective for a relationship for any children. That's not good. That's bad parenting. Because guess what? That child, unknowingly can develop anger issues as a result of what they're witnessing in the household every day.
Well, parents are the first models. Us as parents are the first models of how our children are going to react or respond to what they have to deal with. We're the first models. So if you're giving anger, guess what your child is going to have? Probably anger or frustration or so like what we do is the first model. Is like we're the first like guide. or
Yeah.
understanding or understanding, I guess.
But what's crazy is what people consider their norm. That's the whole thing. Like, you know, when they do like what they used to do, wife swap. When
Yep.
they show wife swap, and people
Oh my
realizing that
gosh.
your norm is not really norm, is only normal in your household. Like, these are the questions you should be asking before you decide to have a child with somebody else, because your norm may not be my norm. What you have
Mm-hmm.
patience for, I may not have patience for. Like,
I just
people will
thought about
tell
something
me,
else then. Since
you
they
said
say
what?
since parenting is so what they say is subject. So one of two people can two people check each other? That's
Of
parents,
course.
like can father and mother check each other on
Mm, good
how to parent?
question.
I
Because
don't know
who
if
to
you should
say
use the
who's right
word
or
check.
wrong when they checking their child?
You shouldn't be checking nobody. You could explain to them or communicate with them, but checking them, I mean, if it came to that, I guess. But at the end of the day, like, that goes back to what I was saying. Like, your norm is not my norm. What your parents probably allowed you to do, I think that I could think is insane.
So neither
It
one
was
of them
never went
wrong
down
though
like that in
then?
my
So
household.
you talking about like if one parent made a decision, like say there's a teenager up in there and they say, well, I let them go out, and you're saying no, they shouldn't go out because this, that, and the third. Like that type of checking.
Or just basically one parent trying to correct the other parent saying this is
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, I
And
feel
is
like
that
that's
possible?
cool.
Because if wrong is so subjective, then how can that happen? Who we know who's right?
You
Well,
look
well,
at the
well,
end
well, but
results.
but that's the thing though too. Some children will go to one parent and go to one parent and say, "Can I do this?" And if they say no, they'll go to the other parent. And what if the other parent says yes?
That's called playing the parents
Yeah,
against each
that's
other, and you got to check your child on that when it comes down to
yeah.
playing the parent. If one parent say no, or and most of us say, "Oh, well, what did your daddy say?" Or what did your mama say? And then we go
Right.
have a conversation about it as the grown folks and say, well, such and such brought this up to me today. Did they bring that up to you? And that's when you come to a conciseness, but you don't never do that in front of the kids. You do that in a private area.
Right. Well, it's the same thing that I say when parents argue. You know, people will say, "Well, do you?" I will always ask a couple, "Do you argue in front of your kids?" And many of them will say no. And I was like, "You should," because they need to know how to deal with conflict. They need to know how you resolve that issue. It's the same thing. And that's why kids like kids can be manipulative, and we as kids is like they're independent, they're free flowing, they're like they'll go to one parent and then go to the other parent, and then actually it can actually put the parents in conflict too.
Not in my household. We arguing. We have, I'm gonna say, healthy disagreements, and I
Yes,
always
Sean,
I
that's what
want
I
to.
mean. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
we can say argue. I'm okay with argue. Healthy disagreement. I've always wanted. Hold on. Let me say. When I was growing up and when I was dating, I always used to hear like women I dated. Like anytime we have like a disagreement, a red flag. I ain't never seen my parents argue, and I'm thinking to myself, that's giving you like false hope that relationships, people don't have arguments, they don't have disagreements. So now you bringing that into this relationship, thinking that once you don't see somebody fighting or having an argument, you think that that's bad because your parents hid that from you. Our kids see
True.
us have unhealthy conversations, and they also see us come back together. They also see us come together as a unit, right? And they see us work through things, and we know it's not no disrespect, it's not no F you and all those things. It's healthy, and they get to see that. Therefore, when as they get older, uh, they don't have this false ideal of what relationships are, because all of a sudden you don't want to argue in front of your kids. So I'm okay with if my wife says something that I don't like, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm gonna talk to her later on. No, I'm going to address you right now. Say, hey man, I don't like what you said. I don't care who around. Yeah, I don't care who around. We're going to address that in a healthy way.
Yeah, Sean, I kind of do that like that now with my girl and her son, because her son is he a teenager, and he's trying to get a better understanding with females. And all the time, me and my girl, we both have disagreements on certain ways, but we always include him in that conversation because, you know, the last time we had a conversation, I told him straight up, I'm like, look, it's best that you get two different perspectives on how to address certain things, because now you can understand it from both sides to where you'll be more comfortable in making the best decision that will give you the best outcome.
Exactly, Abdullah. It's like you know the knowledge from the good side, the bad side, the ugly side. You know it from every different aspect. So now you can make a judgment. Now
Understand
you can
that point. Because, I mean, what Sean just explained was solution based. And a lot of arguments are not solution based. So as far as like having a brawl out, oh, I can't, like all these dysfunctional relationships, I think that shouldn't happen in front of the children. But seeing them see you and your spouse debate or talk about something or disagree upon certain situations and come up with a solution. The reason why I say don't talk about certain things in front of the kids is because the child has already had the input. I want to go such and such place, right? And then both parents know. Now, after that, it's up to us. That conversation don't need to happen in front of the child unless it's consider the solution. Well, why do you want to do this and why do you want to do that? But when it comes down to it, if we're the deciding factor, then we need to come up with a solution in private, because it's already you ask this parent and then you going to ask this parent and you're expecting to get a different answer based on what you want. We're not going to do that. We're not going to play the parents against each other, because we are the deciding factors of what you can and cannot do in the household or outside the household. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like, don't disagree, because of course disagreement happens with everybody, but a brawl or disrespect or cussing each other out, first of all, that shouldn't be happening. Second of all, please don't do that in front of the kids.
How,
Is
how
that
do
right or
you
wrong?
how do you share your screen, Kev? I wanted to share something that just happened today. How the kids know that me and my wife be on the same page and we don't play no. You can't
We'll put you on
manipulate.
the big screen? Yeah.
Yeah, how you share like your how you share something?
Oh, like put a green screen on or something?
Do you have a picture, Sean?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
have
want
a
to
screen.
see?
I have a
Oh,
screenshot of something. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, so you gotta.
probably just wants to be on the big screen, Kev.
I want to show
Actually, he
you.
want both of them though, but I think he need to. He trying to do the green screen, or you just trying to show another phone through a phone?
No, I guess the green screen. Yeah.
Green screen.
Like
All right. I think it should be like at the. Man, where is that at? Now I
Tap
gotta
the
get in the
box.
box.
Yeah, you have to tap. Yeah, there you
Tap
Oh
go.
the
damn!
box and it's gonna give you the
He
options at
expanded
the
his own
bottom.
stuff. Wow, that's a
I ain't
whole
know you
other
could do
level.
that. Now, how
Yeah,
you
you a mod.
Dude,
Okay, there we go.
wait,
You
that
up in there?
dude.
You up in there? All
Let's
right.
go,
This
Sean.
now,
What
can you
you
see?
got?
This
Yeah,
is
we
this
can
is
see.
this is today. Well, we don't play no games. Okay, you see that right there? It's a bathroom K, living room Jasmine. This should be done after any homework or school activities. We will not repeat ourselves. We will not repeat ourselves. We on the same goddamn page. Uh, y'all know what to do.
John broke his
All clothes
Kennedy in
after
my room.
showering goes into the laundry room. Jasmine, keep your room clean. They know we be on the same page, and this is a family text right here.
Facts.
Hmm?
No, facts. Since they always want to be in their phones anyway, send it through the phone.
Uh-huh. You know what that reminds me of? Like my husband put like tasks on. We have a 20 and a 21-year-old at home, and he said, one, you do the dishes, and the other one, you take out the trash. So it's like you have tasks to do. You're like, even though you're my kid and you're an adult, you're still gonna, if you still live in my home, you still gotta have these chores.
That's why
You got cold here.
I got up out of my parents' house. I tried to move back for 2 months, and I did everything in the house. I was so mad, and I was bamboozled, lovely, because my dad
I know you
said,
were. I know
I want
you
to
were.
see you and the kids, and y'all should just stay here. You just got to Texas, left my whole apartment, went over there, and I'm doing dishes.
Oh no, I was gone at 18, man. My old man told me 2 grown lions can't exist in this den. He was like, "No, 2 grown lions can't exist, and you ain't about to be up under your mama like that. So it's time for you to go." I was like, "All right,
Well, and
thank Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much. Shit, I've been on my own since 18. I'm 40 now. I'm glad.
See,
I'm glad he kicked
yep.
me out.
Yeah, honestly, like I'm glad I left because honestly, leaving my parents' household, well, because I came from a different era and a different trauma or whatever. I was glad I left because that taught me a lot. Being on my own taught me more than being with my parents. So, because I was like, wait a minute, I kind of want my mom now. I kind of want my dad now, you know. So. But you have to learn. You gotta live and you gotta learn.
Is it wrong
I
to
mean,
want your kids to leave? I'm sorry, Andre, but I don't want mine to leave at an early age. I want them to stay until they have life kind of figured out. Like I don't want them to leave and go to an apartment or go. I'm not saying I'm wrong with an apartment because they can get an apartment, but I don't want them to leave and not be financially stable, and then they will have to end up coming back home. I don't
I
want them 18, 19. I don't want them to leave then.
You know,
I
that's the
think I think that's our thing, doll. Is that many of us in our generation that are raising the children that we have, we know what we went through, so we're trying to like set them up, you know, like or let them build themselves up. I don't want to say set them up, build themselves up. Get ready, get prepared because you're dealing with a society that I know and you don't even know yet.
Right. And it's scary out here. Like I be sweating and I'm grown folks and I be out here like, Lord have mercy. You know, grapes are $1,000.
I think
Now,
that's why you
now,
gotta train them
now
as early
that's
as you
one
can.
thing. Yeah, now that's one thing I won't do with my children. I won't put them out at 18, 19
No,
like
me
my
neither.
dad like my dad did me because yeah, I went in the military and all that, but still that still was a struggle to figure out life on your own and how you want to conduct yourself and things of that nature. So I'm kind of on the board with you, Creole. Like,
Yep.
I will make sure, me personally, I will make sure that I, set something up early in my children's life and then teach them the importance of not only financial literacy, but teach them the importance of living on your own. So when they get to a certain age, well, they feel like they can't take my leadership in the house no more. All right, you ready to go? You already prepared to, live at least decent.
Mm.
So I would do it that way,
Uh,
but just put them out
I
right
mean,
after
these
high
things should be
school, and I know they ain't ready. Nah,
these
no,
things should be
no, you
established though
can't
before
do
they.
that. And that's the problem is that a lot of people are pushing their kids out because they don't want to deal with it. It's like, wait a minute, but did you prepare them for it? Did you
Right.
prepare them for society? Did you? But now you want to let them go and say because you're 18. Remember, I asked about what the um, what the child's age of choice is, but it's like I have a 20 and a 21-year-old stepsons that are at home. My husband and and myself, we don't put them out. Look, you gotta. They're still trying to figure things out.
I mean, I'll tell
I'm
you
not
this
gonna push
much.
you out.
My kid is we probably weren't ready at 13 years old. My other 13-year-old is ready too. Oldest is 15 now. He already wants to go into the military as an officer. Second son, he wants to as well. My daughter, she's only 9, but she's already turning herself out to be quite a wonderful young lady. So, yeah, it starts early, and it's kind of a tradition for us to go into the military. So we don't usually, just leave people hanging out to dry in my family, but you are expected to. Actually, we kind of mature very early in my family because of the way that we're raised and taught. So, I mean, it's really not a factor. So, but I can understand from hearing you guys how that could be very difficult.
I have very sufficient kids as well, but one thing that I told, and even though my sons are very young, I tell them all the time, no, you are not joining the military. Absolutely, positively not. For one, I already know what time it is. Regardless, they're gonna get them 20. They're gonna get their time. They're gonna get it back in one way or another. So knowing what their father went through and then knowing what some of my battles went through and things of that nature, I tell them absolutely no. I don't.
That's sweet.
But what if they
I
want to
want
anyway?
them. I want them to have a sufficient life. I want them to have a very good life, but putting yourself and putting your mind and putting yourself in a situation of today's climate moving forward. Imagine 10 years down the line. Absolutely not. They don't even march
Hey,
anymore. So
Crip, let me ask you something.
I say they're softer on the military
Oh,
now.
hungry self. He was
Yeah. Hold on.
got my ears stuffing this up for the Lord.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
I'm rubbing off.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something. And okay, I'm going to test the logic right quick. You said that you want your kids to like live their best life, be what they want to be, and stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
Do you think that's possible if you already put some type of restriction on what they can't do?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, Sean. I just would have to say absolutely, because everything is not good for you. Just because something seems to be good in a uniform or seems to be good at attention does not mean it is good for you. I want the betterment for the rest of their lives, and I want them to live as long as they can. And
I mean, ma'am, you're talking to a man that's, I mean, you have one guy on the panel here who's been in the military for 15
I've been in the
years.
military too.
I'm up for
Abdullah's been in
promotion.
the
Oh, that's your
military.
best friend. I just thought about who that
I'm up
is.
for
In the
promotion from
military,
lieutenant
I've been in the
commander. I mean, I've
military.
done
My
pretty
husband did
well.
22 years. My father did
Right.
28. My mother did
He's
22.
my best
My
friend.
stepmother did 24.
And
And
they
my
did fine,
grandfather was
right?
at war. And like I said, regardless of
They
what
seem to be
anybody,
fine.
regardless of what type of flag you want to put on your back, how hard you go for your country, whatever branch you're in, nobody's allowed to take my son's minds, period, point blank, the end. No one.
I
I
see
mean, you
where
can
Doll is
have that
going,
opinion,
but
though.
I
Just,
see also where Sean is going and where Andre is talking about too. So it's like if our children, so if military was not an option, are we going to allow them to like go into education? Do we allow them to run their own business? Like
Yes,
what do
they're allowed to
what do we
do.
want for our
They're
children?
allowed to do
What
whatever
do
they
we
want to
want?
do. But I will
but
inform
not the
them that
military.
it's not smart to join the military, just like it's not smart to become a boxer. Just like it's
Not
not
smart.
smart to just become a football player when you could play in baseball. It's not smart. Now, if you want to do that because that's what you choose to do, then the repercussions could be like your father's. So you have an example of what it could be, possibly, if you
And they
want to
have
do
an
the
example
20
right here
years.
of what it could be otherwise
If
too.
you do
Myself.
20 years, we're not talking about substantial. We're not talking about, I mean, you could walk outside and get hit by a bus tomorrow. We're not talking about that. We're talking about something that could possibly happen 9 times out of 10. If you do 20, they're going to try to get those 20 back.
You know the odds of you
You
being
know what
hit
that
by a car or
reminds me
bus?
Doll is like the system, the way the system works. Because if you look at it from a military standpoint, because I come from a military family too, there are a lot of resources that come in that actually pay for education or pay for like a home or all
Right.
that. So
Through
are
blood.
we reducing
Through
the
blood.
benefits? Are we denying the benefits that actually can come from the time that we invest
You
into
can
that
also get a
system?
full scholarship, and you can get an educational full scholarship based on your intellectual value. You can get
You know,
scholarships anywhere. Wait a minute. And then on top of that, say they don't want to be an officer, say they want to be an NCO. Well, when the hell are you going to have time to go to school? Let's just keep it real. Yeah, school is free. When do you have time to do it?
Actually, NCOs do
say
have
they
the
want to be a
ability to
warrant
go to
officer.
school because but the fact that right now, outside of those personnel that are in the Middle East right now, most bases they're not actively combat deployed. So there are a lot of NCOs, and I noticed this when I got out. A lot of NCOs at a certain time in their careers, they do take advantage of going to school. They just don't
I
deploy.
understand that. I
That
did
does
too.
happen.
I did too.
Yep.
But we're not talking about right now. We're talking about today's climate, right, Abdullah? Today's climate, where soldiers no longer march, why you can't have any type of drill sergeants that talk down to any soldiers, because then that's a mental restraint. You have time frames now where you have in basic, they're fussing back with drill sergeants. We're not talking about when we joined. We're talking about today's climate moving forward. In today's climate, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
I
with
will tell
I
you this
I
much.
I,
In the
I can
special forces,
understand
we
that.
don't play
Like,
that, but okay.
yeah,
and
like I
with
can
my
I
friends
can
being
understand that
black,
because
I'm
I
so
I
they
remember at one time I didn't want my son to join because of what I endured, but at the same time I did acknowledge that my son was enamored and fascinated at the fact I was ex-military. He would look at my pictures. He would look at the stories I would share with his other classmates, and he would be fascinated. And then I started to change my mindset from, no, I can't just tell him, no, I don't want you to join. I would tell him, hey, look, when you reach a certain age, you can make your own decision. However, I will personally prepare you for what I went through when I went in so that you have a better understanding. Because there are certain, like, for example, in the infantry, there's still certain things that the infantry do that I did when I was in the infantry. So all the military, like, now granted, the military has gotten a little bit softer than what you and I was in there. I totally agree with that. That's why I hate it now. But
I agree with it
there are
too.
still certain elements, like Andre said, SF are still the same old way they were when I was in there 15, 20 years ago.
I
Yes, sir.
understand. I definitely don't dog my own branch because I mean, whoa, okay. But the men within my life that joined, my husband, my father, my grandfather, my uncles, those men joined. My father left at 17, didn't have another opportunity granted to him. He left and joined the military. My grandfather drafted within the military. My husband didn't have another opportunity that he's seen coming, so he joined the military. That was a
And how did they
situation and
do?
circumstance. That was a situation and circumstance where there was a need for him to leave because he turned 18 and couldn't be in the house. But we also talked about what I said earlier. I'm not pushing my kids out.
But
You
they
don't
seem like
have
they
to
did
make
just
those
fine.
decisions to grow up fast and join the military because you have nowhere else to go.
Well,
If I may
a
too,
lot of
the
times the
more that you
military
tell
is
somebody
saying,
not to do something, the more they're going to want to do what you told them not to
I don't
do.
tell them what they shouldn't do like that. Like I'm
Well,
talking to
you
you guys
said
on the app. I'm talking about in reference to. See, I don't talk to y'all like y'all kids, like y'all my kids. So what I talk to them about is they know how their father unalived themselves. They know what my father went through. They know what their grandfather went through. They know these things. We sit down and we have mental health conversations. So that's the thing. I'm not gonna force it to tell my kids, well, you're not gonna do this because I said so. I put down realism. This is what happens in a result of this. The same way we talk about SMEX, this is what happens in a result of SMEX. And ain't gonna be no rainbows and no Skittles and no flowers blooming and all the rest of that shit. I speak in a realistic term. If you choose this could be a result. This could be a high possibility result. Is
Do
this
you
something
teach
that
them
you
the
would want to
positive
do?
side of it too, or do you just only show them the negative?
I mean, I am standing here 10 years in. So
And I'm standing here 15 years in. I mean,
proud
but
of
I
you.
still,
Just saying the positive side. I am still here. I am the representative of them.
okay, maybe your example might push them to want to go and join too.
Mm, I wouldn't say push because that's not an option on a.
Influence then, influence.
Hmm,
I think,
if they did, I wouldn't push them away, but I would give them opportunities beyond that. My father, the people in my family didn't have opportunities. The men in my family didn't have opportunities. They had this
But
was
he
this because
does, and he can still choose to join the military.
mm, if he did, I mean, if they did, what am I supposed to do? Tell them no?
Well, that's what you sounded like you were going to. You would tell them there's no, absolutely not.
I said I would tell them that's not a smart idea. I'm raising black
And what?
men.
And
It's not a smart
but
idea.
how is not join? But hold it then. Then wouldn't that make your decision by default not a smart idea? Would
Absolutely.
is
I'm not divulging from my not smart idea. I got out at 10. My husband told me it behooves you to get out.
um
Trade that time in with me. I've already done my work. No, every single time it was time for deployment. I have two sons that are 15 months apart. When I was supposed to deploy, he got me pregnant. I have an AWOL on my report because he kept me home.
I understand where your husband coming from with that Creole, but I can't totally agree with what your husband stated
yeah,
with
I
that because
can. Yeah.
I got like at least 5 homies, man. They did 20 plus years. All of them just recently retired, and they're still doing just fine. One of my buddies just came out here recently, visit me here in Las Vegas. He did 21 years, got out, and he did 7 deployments, and now
He
he's
got
into
his
real
pension.
estate and making 6 figures in real estate in less than 3 years in. In
And
the
And
real
that's not
estate
including
game.
his pension too.
Well, exactly.
and I
and
know a great deal
some of
of
those
men.
military members became contractors.
Right.
And
You
I'm
go,
not
Yeah.
saying
yeah.
Oh, we didn't
I'm
even
We
not.
talk
become
about that.
contractors for the
I'm
We
not
didn't even
DOD.
saying
talk
Yeah.
about that.
everybody. I'm not
That
saying
opens up a
everybody
big
is
door
going
for
to
you.
be. I'm not saying everybody is going to have the same result as my husband. But what I will say is an underlining secret that we both, or all three of us, understand. Well, all four of us understand is
Yep.
that when it comes down to mental health, if you're not willing to talk about it, or if they're not willing to listen, it just does not matter. So, is everybody okay, or
I
is it
was
that
Well, I'll tell you
everybody
this much: they're
pretends
I
to
willing to
was
be
listen
I was
more
okay?
gonna say
now
that,
than
doll.
we've
I was
ever
gonna
been.
say that, doll.
We've been more willing
But
to
there
listen now than we
is
ever been. Like case in point, I had a young lady like what actually I had one of the guys that was one of our diver guys. He had some issues. One of his significant others came to us and said, "Hey, I have a problem. I don't feel comfortable telling police, but I feel like I feel comfortable telling you guys, that my husband is abusing me, right?" And so the first I asked her, was she okay? Oh, sorry, I don't know if I could say these words. I'm gonna try to be a little more coded, but first of all, I asked her if she is okay. Second of all, we did a thorough investigation. We took her to the police, everything of that nature. They had their report, we had our report. We coordinated with them just fine. I had that guy come into my office. I questioned him very intensely. I asked him, you know, I had heard I relayed the points that she made to me, but gave him a little bit of code so that he could possibly tell on himself if he's truly, has these issues. He came out actually very clear, right? And so then they did a few more investigations. Turns out she was abusing him. Now that doesn't take away from any of the points, but I just wanted to illustrate that although we do have a bad reputation for just letting things slip under the rug and all of this stuff, those times have passed. We take domestic violence, we take mental health, we take all these things very, very seriously. That's one of the first things they taught me when I went into when I became a midshipman, was you will have to deal with these situations of these individuals getting into situations in which you will have to coach them, corral them and guide them through. And you can't sit there and just say anymore. Now, when it comes to pushing the narrative, pushing forward, toughness and honor and integrity and things like that, you push that hard. But when it comes to you have to understand the signs and signals that you see in people when they have their mental health compromised. Because if you're compromised, I can't send you 150 meters underneath the sea. I
Well,
can't
that's a
send
sign
you,
and symbol.
to do salvage diving. I can't have you out there like that with your mental health issues all messed up. So I questioned him and I questioned her, make sure those two mental health issues were in check. Because if your home's not healthy too, then everything else isn't going to be healthy for you when you go down there. That can't be your escape. So that's how we deal with it in the Navy, in my platoon at least, or in my part of the fleet at least, in the Navy. So
Right.
I'm
that's
glad you
I
I
brought
only
was
did
that
my
up,
trying to
part.
do that, but
Andre,
what's
because
a sign? What's a sign and symbol? Because most people that
Mhm.
show a high issue concerning mental health and their mental health is declining, they're usually elated. So
Right,
most
and
people
I
are
look for
usually
that.
very, very happy during their
Right.
time of decline.
Right. Oh, I'm happy to be at work, sir. I'm all for this. Let's go and do this
Right.
dive. Hold up, sir. Hey, brother. Let me talk to
But
you for a
see,
little bit.
Andre,
What you
that
so happy about?
separates. That's
Mm-hmm.
a separation between, and I'm not trying to pick on branches. You already know for sure the Army is the ghetto. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You give you that. Yeah. Our real Marines. Yes. You
together
guys got that.
okay,
different
Yeah.
we
branch.
ghetto.
You know what that reminds me
Yeah.
of,
Got that.
doll?
Yeah.
Is it reminds me of the branches of, like, you've got the branches of, you got the Army, you've got the Marines, you've
Right.
got
Hey.
the
Hey.
We
Navy,
still have
Hey.
the
you've
four
got
branches, but
oh, it,
this
it
is
kind of
That's why.
reminds
That's
me
why
of like
y'all got four
religion.
hoods.
I'm gonna
Hold
retract something. Can I be
on.
accountable real quick? Hold on, Andre. I'm gonna be
That.
accountable. I'm gonna be accountable right quick. Now, if my sons or daughters decided that they was talking about the military and that's where they would like to be, it would be a hell no, absolutely no for the Army. Now, my dad, he retired Marine. He was Navy first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Navy, yes. Marine, absolute hell no. Air Force, the contractors, yes. So if I
Mm-hmm.
would have to break it down, my first pick would be Navy. My second
I
pick
got you.
would be Air Force because they're
For Air
contractors.
Force, yeah,
Air,
yeah.
Army and Marine, hell no.
Oh, the Air Force are too lazy to me, but that's just my fun at them.
You're right
What?
about
Space
that,
Force, maybe,
Andre.
yeah, so they can
Hey,
have some fun.
I work on an Air Force base twice a week.
Yes,
They
sir.
are.
Yep.
They are
But
truly are
They earned their
lazy,
name,
man.
Chair Force.
hey,
Yeah.
Hey, but I ain't gonna lie. When I was deployed to Iraq back in '05, '06, I was on a super file with Air Force, man. I ain't gonna lie. They
Oh
was the coolest
yeah.
people to be around, man.
Oh
yep,
yeah.
They knew how to party their asses off back then.
Oh yeah.
yep.
And when you need a bomb raid, shit, they your saving grace. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, man. Oh
And
yeah.
a lot of people don't even understand how parenting comes in when you're with military. Like, because a lot of times that one parent is gone. One parent is gone for a significant amount of time. So
Yeah.
it's
And
Well, my
and
wife is
lovely.
superwoman. I don't know what she does, but I'm sorry.
That's one of the reasons why I decided to get out of the military at the time, because I remember this one first sergeant I had. You know, he was definitely one of my mentors. But I remember my last deployment, he came up to me. At this time, I'm an E5, so he was able to talk to me on the NCO level, and he had been away from. I think he was closing in on 20, but he was going through a divorce at the time, and it broke him. I'm talking about the strong man, all my career, strong, tough guy, finally broke down because he had been away for so long, away from his daughters, man. His own kids didn't even recognize who he was when he came back home. To the point his own daughters told him, "You better off just going back on deployment." And that broke him. And when I seen that, I said, "Man, listen, I'd rather get out the military and be more active in daily in my kids' life than have to do a year on and year off." Because as a single man, it's easy to do, especially in your early 20s. Oh man,
Right.
I could just go overseas for a year, stack my paper, come back home, freak off with these females, do whatever I want to do as a single man. But when you have children, you have a family, that deployment, man, that weighs in your deciding factor of what you want to do as far as parenting. I personally
But
couldn't, and that's why I got out. I personally couldn't do it. I can't just stay away that long and not have a physical impact. That would crush me as well. So that's why I decided to get out when I did.
the good thing now is that they have like tablets and they have satellite. You can telegraph yourself in, all of this stuff, phone calls, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Especially with the tablets, they you can Zoom call in and everything like that. So there's a lot more intimate. You can do FaceTime, and there's even military capable satellites that are able to give you FaceTime with people as they normally would on your phone. And you can access it and things like that. They give you a code, and you can FaceTime anyone that you need to within a given time. And I've seen people do that on their breaks. It's been, it's lightened the load on people that have families too, and I monitor that as well with my guys.
Yeah, that's a good thing, Andre, because when I got out in 2010, 2011, of course that wasn't as
Yes, sir.
common as it is now. I think the best thing at that time, not Facebook Messenger, Skype. That
Yeah,
was the
Skype.
thing at the time. So it helped a little bit, but still the separation at the time, it was still difficult because it's better with the tablets and things of that nature. But I don't know, maybe it's just the older me just speaking, but that physical presence, it makes up more than just being separated. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You know what
absolutely.
it
You're
reminds
absolutely
me
right on
of,
that. Yes, sir.
Joel? It kind of reminds me of the sacrifices that people make as parents. Like these men or women, who are in military, that were bringing in benefits or bringing in money or bringing in finances. That even though that we weren't around, we were also taking care of the family that we created. It's kind of like a sacrifice. That's kind of what it reminds me of.
Yeah, and then little did I realize too back then, Lovely, was the toll it took also on my parents as well.
Right.
I remember one time I got mad that one of the at my unit, one of the wives called my mother because I think somebody not in my platoon but in my company got hurt on a mission, and one of the wives called my mother and told her that something happened to your son. Now she panicking and freaking thinking something happened to me. And when I called home and she was so shocked to hear from me, I'm like, yeah, I'm good, I'm fine. She was like, somebody called me and said something happened to your unit. And I went ballistic. But little did
Oh,
I
Yeah.
that's
realize back then
unacceptable.
that
That's really
yeah,
unacceptable.
and and little did I realize back then that not only does your mental health affect you, it affects your family on an emotional level.
Everybody around you. Everybody.
Yeah, the good thing about me, like I said again, all of my family members are military, or they at least are accommodated with the military. The women in my family, at least, so I really didn't have those issues. But even then, my parents, they probably be like, something doesn't seem right here with that, and they would, they call, but my dad, he'd probably be as calm as he could be. My mother would probably freak out a little bit though. But yeah,
Well,
absolutely. Mamas are going to do that. I mean, that's just, you can't escape that.
I think about it too, Andre, because you just said it right way. Even though some people around you and your family weren't in the military, but because you were in the military or people around you were in the military, it's like you're still affected the same way.
Oh yeah, mama. Yeah. hmm Mama loves. Mama loves
you're
me.
still
Shoot.
affected. Yeah, exactly. Even though Mama wasn't in the military, so it's like it's almost like with the military. A lot of people don't understand that when you get out of the military, a lot of people don't understand veterans affairs. Veterans, when they
Right.
come out, and I wanted to bring this up because Creole was talking about it earlier. There's a
Jane,
lot of
it's me, Jane, child.
it's you, Jane. Oh,
It's Jane.
I thought
okay,
it was Mary
Jane.
Jane.
Okay,
Mary
thank
Jane.
you.
Hey.
Man,
What I want
hey,
to
look,
say.
hey, I'll go ahead, lovely, my bad.
No, what I want to say with what Jane is like when you get out of the military, now you are now a citizen. So now you're having to function with the same people that didn't function the same way that you had to. So
I
now you
always tell
got
them this. I always tell them, you're a veteran. You're no longer a citizen. You're never a citizen again. You're a veteran.
exactly.
Facts. I don't do Walmart. Go straight to the commissary. It's only a few people up in
Exactly.
here.
The
Don't
And
do that.
I'm so happy that I live in a military friendly city. Like a lot of people don't notice, Las Vegas is a very military friendly city.
It is.
Uh,
It is.
um,
You're close to Cali, yeah, and
yeah,
Cali is a very
I'm literally
military
4
city.
hours away from Los Angeles.
Yep,
Literally 4 hours
me
to the
too.
west from LA, and I'm about 4 hours south of Phoenix.
hmm
That's
Um,
because all the drunk military members take their money there. I'm just kidding.
Andre,
no,
don't ever
but
say this.
No, but yeah, man, I utilize the VA to my advantage, man. I like right now. I like yesterday, I just found out that the VA is making they've come up with a decision. They're basing a rating on my elbow that I had suffered when I was in the army, and that whatever percentage they give me is basically going to bump me up to 100%.
Oh yeah,
Abdullah, you want the
the
list? I
100%.
got the list. You want the list?
The
Usually
100%.
20%,
Hey, the
depending on what
100%
fracture
is the
elbow
way
you
to
have.
go. All
I
you
have
have
the
to do
list.
is you
Well,
just have to
well,
have the documentation
No,
that
I'm gonna
that's
you
tell
get.
Abdullah.
Yes,
I'm about to tell you what you need to do right quick.
yes.
go ahead.
Sleep apnea. There's no pill for it. Everybody has it.
I
When you get
already
out the
have it. I
military.
already have it. They
Oh,
they
so we are
denied.
100% with
Yeah, I
it.
already have it.
Okay,
I
and
already
then
have it.
GI issues. You have GERD. You have stool issues, and you have gagging issues. 100%.
Isn't a
Now
GI
here's
issue
one
only the Army?
here's one I'm about to
No, I'm
tell
just
you where I'm
kidding.
about to get my 100% at. When I was in the army, I had an insect infection on my left elbow that required me to get surgery. I nearly got my arm amputated at the time. Now, 15 years later, that same arm that I had a surgical procedure on, turns out I have nerve damage in that arm.
See how the Army do us? It would never
And
happen in
yeah,
the
it's
in the
crazy,
Navy.
it's crazy, right? Never had pain in this arm in my life till about 4 months ago, and now it's continuous. So I started going to the VA, started getting my documentation. When I was able to get my old military records from St. Louis to find that specific issue, and then I went to the VA and started complaining about my elbow. That's when I went in and put my CMP in. I just did the exam 2 weeks ago. The doctor said right then and there, yeah, there's a connection. You do have it. and I'm going to make sure you get at least 30%, and that's all I need to get 100, because I'm already at 90 something.
Oh, good for you, man.
Don't get that. Yeah. Now,
And
Kev.
then I still work a government job. I'm still at the post office, so I got 15 more years to go to the post office before I can retire.
Abdullah really go post on your behind. Shoot.
Yeah.
Now, Kev, is bad parenting really subjective? Because you be saving your answers, and your answers be good, and we don't like that.
Ain't nobody even started yet. I was about to. I ain't even hear not one person say it yet, except two people. Then you right.
We did all answer besides
You right.
Mary.
You right.
Yeah, we did.
Andre, did you answer it?
Oh, I didn't answer it.
No, Andre wasn't here at the time when Sean was going into it.
Kev, it's on you.
On they.
Hey guys, I got to get going. I gotta get ready for date night with Beta Night. She giving me a gift bag. She just texted me, so I guess I did something good for my boo. So I'm getting a gift bag from her. Yeah, she
always say
like you. She like, you do so much for me and the kids. You always do so much. Let me spoil you. I'm like, all right, cool.
Enjoy your night. Enjoy.
Yeah, I be saying, man, when you married and stuff, and you got a good woman, man, you don't love bomb her. You nuke the hell out of that.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, so but all right, man, y'all take care, man. And Kev, man, feel free to always send me the invite, bro.
What's up, man?
Kev playing his game over there. What you playing, Kev? Call of Duty.
Mortal Kombat.
Which one? You can't beat me in Mortal Kombat, but which one?
Okay, one.
Over there losing.
That's so funny. Whenever he had a civilian talking crap about, military this, military that, I was like, bro, you a general in the Salvation Army. Set your behind up or Call of Duty.
Facts.
You a private on Call of Duty. Set your behind up. Oh, but unless it's Diddy, then it's Call of Booty.
Oh my God.
You gonna lube up his controller and start playing with his joystick. I don't know.
Oh my God. I'm gonna see if you could really play Mortal Kombat. Who your favorite one? Who your favorite
Shoot. Oh, Mortal Kombat. I play Street Fighter, but Mortal Kombat, let me see here. I probably play with Jax.
Okay, Jack's side. Who you playing with over there, Kev?
They used to be my main on 11. Right now I'm just the noob cyber. I came back out, so I'm practicing with him.
Oh, okay.
But Asher on my top, and Asher, Scorpion, Havoc.
Yes. I'm sorry, I get excited.
What Scorpion?
Yes.
Yeah. I really play that like competitively. I play that junk. So.
I love Scorpion. It's my favorite.
You don't know no combos. It's like pointless. If you a button masher, you can't play.
Right?
That your horology sign is Scorpio? No, I'm just kidding.
Nope, I'm crazy. I'm a Gemini. You can't tell I'm crazy, Andre.
Oh, you got that AI going on there. Okay.
We was fussing last time. I'm crazy.
It's all right. I got an auntie just like you, so I'm well prepared.
I drove my husband crazy too. I sure did.
She fun though. She fun to be around. It's like people be like, oh, she always this and that. I'm like, watch, she gonna turn into a teddy bear. Once you start talking about something she likes, she gonna light up the room.
That's how.
Sure enough, yep. Mm-hmm.
That's how I am. As soon as I go to the family reunions and stuff, they'll be like, here she come. Here come Gigi. And then I get all warm and fuzzy, have my drinks.
That sound about right. Oh, what was your MOS, by the way?
I was a 92. Well, first I started off as a combat medic, and then we were no longer in wartime, so then I became a 92 Alpha.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's pretty good. I mean, shoot, I had, like I said, my
Oh,
great uncle was a Tuskegee Airman. hmm My grandfather worked alongside with Carl Bashir on a few takes and stuff like that, a few deployments. And the Carl Bashir too. So quite the honor there. Um, I mean, shoot, we travel. I mean, like I said, I'm eighth generation military. We go all the way back to pretty much the beginning. Um, the the Hellhounds in the World War II. One of my great uncles was in that department as well. One of them was 101st Airborne. Um, my brothers are Army Ranger. My other brother, unfortunately, he passed in combat. He's a pararescue jumper in the Air Force. Um, yeah, I so my mom. Where am I from? I'm from Flint, Michigan, originally. Um, yeah, Flint's just always been our hometown. So just kind of stuck there and stuck our roots in. And they always said that because of the prestigiousness of my family, they were like, oh, well, we should move here or there, bigger city or stuff like that. We was like, no, stay here and dig on our roots, and pretty famous in Flint. So, mhm. And unfortunately, we had a water crisis down there, still messed up too. Then all of my family members left as soon as that water crisis happened about a decade ago. Pretty sad, but yeah, everyone's doing pretty good, and we're striving and doing as best as we can with everything we got. So, I would say that life has been phenomenal for me. I mean, like I said, my dad and grandfather trained me since I was about 10 years old to go into the military, and I wanted that too. Actually, I wanted them to teach me earlier. I remember that. I was about 8, 9. I was like, can you teach me? Kept on bugging them actually because I wanted to do it so badly. And, then one day I watched the Men of Honor movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Robert De Niro, and I remember being inspired by that movie. And my grandfather was like, I worked with him, right? And I was like, can I meet him? And sure enough, I got to, he actually came on our base a few times when I got in the military. And he did a few drills and things like that, taught us a few things when I was stationed in Naval Base San Diego. Now I'm in Norfolk. But yeah,
Oh,
mhm,
you out there in
yeah,
the middle of Norfolk over there by Tidewater
uh,
Drive,
yeah.
a hood.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where I'm from. I'm from Virginia.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah, we
right,
got
right. Yeah.
stuck there because my dad.
Mm. Yeah, it's an interesting place. I'll just say that. You got every officer from Timbuktu over here. Um, but yeah, it's just really, really, really nice. And actually, I'm getting when I become a lieutenant commander, I'm actually transferring back over to San Diego. Um, I don't know how I feel about that because I remember when I last visited San Diego and visited California, it was a nice place to be. And so now I'm a little hesitant from the stuff I'm seeing, but hopefully, they just said as long as you stay away from San Francisco. I was like, damn, okay. So I should be doing fine. About a month, move back over. So we're in that process. But my wife's very strong. She's ready. Of course, when I come home, like I said, nuke the hell out of her. I love nuke the hell out of her. And she does it to me too. We're very, we've never lost our love for each other, no matter how much we've been away. Like she's my rocket foundation, and I'm her comforter and her support system too. So all my kids, I'm always on Zoom if I'm away. I'm on shore duty right now, so I don't have to really worry about it. But when I was on deployment, I FaceTime as much as I can. I could, do all the video calls and stuff like that. So they know me very, very well. In fact, like I said, my 15-year-old son and 13-year-old son, they want to become officers. Um, so, they see what I do and they want to actually be a part of that rather than, being like, oh, well, my dad's always away and things like that. Which I'm not, but, they, more away than most people. And so, I don't know if officers, we have a better deal than, the enlisted, unfortunately, maybe. Just depends on the station. But, yeah, doing very, very well. And she's a phenomenal woman. She doesn't have an issue one bit with service. I do actually. Her father was in the Nigerian army, so I guess she's got a little bit of solidarity there. And yeah, everything's just been going really, really smooth, and yeah, I can be happier. It's funny. I still make fun of my brother. That's a ranger. I asked him. I was like, oh, as soon as he graduated, I was like, so, bro, why are you wearing green? He was like, what do you mean? I was like, why are you wearing green? He was like, don't know what you mean. I was like, isn't your camo supposed to be pink? I thought you were the pink ranger. Shit. At least the yellow one.
I have a question, Kev.
Yeah.
Is that a tattoo on your neck?
What? All these many years you done know me?
I didn't know. Is that a tattoo?
Crazy.
Kevin.
That's
She
crazy.
thought that was a shirt
The
line.
fattest tattoo on the only tattoo I got.
Wait a minute. I never seen that before.
Yeah.
What is it?
Say only God I trust.
Kev has a tattoo.
Wow.
If I was gonna get one on the neck, I get that Wakanda, necklace. But hey, dude,
Can't believe
that
you
looks
just
pretty
said
cool.
that.
That was neat.
I did
What's
not
that?
know you had a tattoo. I thought I was the only heathen.
Wow.
I didn't notice it either. So yeah.
I didn't for the longest time.
No, you got it at school. She don't. She knew me for
Right.
a couple years. Just
Oh my God, brother.
crazy.
He's like, you learn something new every day.
What
Wild.
do we do? I just never. I thought that was like every time you turn to the side, I thought it was like your birthmark.
No.
Oh my, and it's big, you heathen. It is big.
That's what she
Yes.
said. That's what she I noticed that from his video. Or in the video. I didn't watch nothing. I didn't watch on the video.
Yeah, he a brave one. To
Yeah,
sit
when I
there
was
for
20 something, yeah, I was. I ain't
But
doing that
hey,
no more.
Kev,
What's the deal? How you feeling, Nay? Miss Don't Play Nay in the
Laugh.
building.
She gonna giggle.
Miss Don't Play Nay is in the building. And we ain't
And
really good.
nobody better not come for my name, cause that's little sus.
Just we don't play.
period.
Girl, you know I
We
cuss him
don't.
out for you.
Just want to get this one combo so I can get off this thing.
Lord, go on get that combo right. You've been on that one combo for the past hour. I know it.
Facts. That's what happens when you play with a new character.
Just back up a little bit.
Like, oh, that's what it is. That's probably what it was. Okay, let me try it out.
Back up a little bit. So, Andre, is bad parenting really subjective?
I'm gonna put my wife on hold actually to answer this. So
Don't put your wife on hold.
She don't. She's fine. She understands. Is bad parenting really subjective? Interesting. I mean, I think like I don't think it's, how should I put it? Like, there's some parents, they do such a great job with their kids and they still end up, terrible. Like, Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't know if you can say that name.
Oh, but yeah, huh? Can't say it. By the way, not only was he an Ohio bum, but he was also part of the army. So there's your shot.
I'm weak. Really crazy.
Aren't real man eaters yet, I guess. I don't know. But you got Jeffrey Dahmer all messed up, even though he had a good parent, even though he had a good father raising him, and that actually taught him his craft that he used in bad faith. But also, Ted Bundy. I heard his parents were pretty decent. He actually almost got into law school. He actually defended himself quite well from what I saw in his takes. And I was like, damn, for someone going pro se, I mean, he did a very good job articulating himself. He still got convicted, of course, but just the argument he made in court was very profound. If he wasn't serious, if he wasn't that unalive guy, he probably would have been a damn good lawyer. And then you have some people that were raised in bad situations, bad households, were raised by their grandmother. Shannon Sharp, for instance, raised by his grandmother, didn't have his mother around that much. He ended up becoming one of the greatest football players of all time, and getting caught on IG Live, but that's another story. So there's people that come out of bad situations that turn out to be good, and there's people that come out of bad situations, and the exact opposite. So, I think it just really depends on the person, the life decision that they make. Because as an adult, you can only, like, as far as parenting, you can only go so far until your kids become adults. But even when they're children, if you've done all the corrective actions possible and they're still bad when they become adults, then it's like, hey, I did my part. I mean, they just turn out to be a bad deal. Tried as much as I could. Some people they try extra hard for their children, still can't get them to turn around. Some people do turn around. Just really depends. So I think it is very subjective. Good and bad parenting is subjective, actually, up to me. What will you consider a good and bad parenting, and why? I just said that one. Is choosing not to have kids always selfish, and is choosing to have kids always selfless? I mean, I just think it depends on the person's mindset if they're willing to have kids. If you don't think that you're ready to have children, that's completely fine, and don't have them. But what I would tell them is, don't sit up here and tell everyone else that they shouldn't have children either just because you don't want them. I mean, not everyone is you, and not everyone should have that same mindset as you. That's why this is America. That's what we fight for you to have a different opinion than other people. Stop trying to impose your opinion and your beliefs on other people. Instead, like even religious, I always tell them, like, God really tells us to be an example of the Holy Spirit, to allow this Holy Spirit to shine through us so that others can see it and want to follow him, rather than us opening our mouth. Show that you're a follower instead. And so, it's kind of the same ballpark. You shouldn't be trying to impose yourself on other people. You should just be the example that you need to be for them. And then if they see that that's a good example and they want to follow that path, then that's what they'll do. Should parents be held accountable for child's failures? Well, no, because at the end of the day, if you tell your kid not to put their hand on the stove and they do it anyway, you already told them, you already did your part. The thing is that after they do that, what do you do to help them correct that issue further after they've already burned themselves? And then see if you can help them to navigate their way out of it. Now, if you don't do that part, then I think that it's on you, and you should be held accountable. But if you've done all the necessary steps before they've done something, and then helping them deal with the aftermath of it, and they still do it anyway again, then you should not be held accountable. What does spare the rod, spoil the child mean? It means you don't whoop their ass, someone else is going to whoop their ass. I mean, plain and simple. I mean, we teach our children. We should be teaching our children to stay out of harm's way and stay out of dangerous situations as much as possible and as much as they can help it. And if you don't, if you spare them that time of learning, then someone else is going to teach them, and you don't want someone to teach. You don't want someone else using their rod on your child. Diddy. Anyway.
Andre said, whoop that yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll land my C-130 there. You guys have a good night.
Ooh. Not Diddy catching strays over here too.
Yeah, he don't spare his rod for anybody. Shoot. Just look at all that baby oil.
Oh.
You're 15 and younger. He don't spare no child with that rod. Shoot, you need to put that away, man.
Oh, finally got
That's
that
why you got put away.
combo.
You what?
Wow. Oh, go ahead, Nate. I think you was trying to go.
You have a good one. Thank you.
I'm gonna making sure I'm going to bed on time tonight because that was. All right, 4K.
Okay, so
What you got for Nate?
okay,
What
so
up, twin?
is bad parenting really subjective? It can be, like, because okay, so I think like stuff that people think is bad parenting, like another person might not think that that's bad parenting. So yeah, what would you consider good and bad parenting and why? Okay, so I would consider good parenting like disciplining your child, and also like letting them come to you as like you as a parent, because like some of these kids, like they be going to their friends and stuff, like they friends be like 13 years like they friends be like 13 years old and they be going to their friends for advice. Like that's crazy. So like those are some stuff that's like good parenting, like your child should be able to come to you, or that's bad. Cause yeah, like they shouldn't be going to their friends. Some stuff that I would consider bad parenting is being like your child friend, cause then they feel that they can do anything and everything. And also like you not disciplining your child, because like I've seen that so many times, like and it starts when they're young. Like they parents do not discipline them, they don't whoop them, they don't do nothing, and I just be looking like they is bad. Like like they be telling them no and stuff, well, like when they little. But like I've literally seen like some people kids grow up and like they still was bad, they still was getting in trouble at school, getting suspended and stuff like that, because they parents didn't discipline them when they were younger. So I think like that's bad parenting. Like you just let them do whatever. Like you need to whoop they ass. Like Andre said, like you need to do something. Okay, am I answering all these, Kev?
Who we at? How far you got so far?
What would you consider good or bad?
Okay, yeah, let's just do the first two then, just to get everybody in. Then, all right, we can do that just so everybody has something to talk about. So I'm
Okay,
gonna get
go
off this thing
Ayana.
at 10:30, not 12. Gotta make sure.
You be talking to me, but anyway.
Dang, am I talking to you? That's crazy.
I just talking
I
to
don't
me.
know. You got me thinking now. What the heck? Whoever, I don't care.
Keep 'em on.
I forgot what happened last night. I forgot who did I stay up? Whatever. But who next? Ayana. Where
Hello.
my boxing gloves at when I need it? I need it for my twin. I always need my boxing gloves for her. What you got
Boxing
for me,
gloves?
Yana?
So, okay, I work with kids ages 0 to 5, right? That's my every single day, full-time, clock in, clock out. So I feel like I'm pretty well versed in this. I don't have kids of my own yet. I have a little minute, and because I have a little minute before I want to start having kids, I have taken all the precautions to make sure I don't have kids, and I got an IUD. So I will not be having kids until I want kids. Anyways, this is because of this job, though. Like, I've always been very adamant about like family planning and making sure that you don't have kids when you don't want them. But my God, this job. I'm about to answer.
Did you just skip? Let's notice
No,
that.
no, no.
How you
I'm about to
answering
go.
the kids one already?
I'm about to go from the top, but I'm just saying this is my
Cheater.
preface. Not cheater, but this job has definitely taught me a lot about parenting and not parenting. Is bad parenting really subjective? I see a lot of common things in the bad parenting. So I don't know if it's necessarily subjective. All kids are different though. So like you have to parent every child different. But I think that's the issue, is that a lot of these new parents want to parent their children the exact same way, and you can't gentle parent every single child. Um, what would you consider good and bad parenting? Good parenting, like being open with your child, teaching them the truth, teaching them how to be a good person, teaching them how to be a leader. And bad parenting, being your child's best friend and telling them that the entire world is theirs and that they are so special and everyone should treat them that they're special. We're special to ourselves and our parents, but everyone does not view as special. So I don't know. I think that's we're making these little narcissistic babies that think everything revolves around them.
Exactly.
Like these kids are something. Is choosing not to have kids always selfish, and choosing not to? No.
Ain't that
I
far yet?
think.
Not yet. This is the first two.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Twin, where you at? You next. You get the first two. Teacup twin. Oh, there she go.
Let me get here. My kids are loud. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me get Gemini. I forgot. I skipped over him. My brother Gemini. He getting here quiet in the morning.
Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for him.
All right. Gemini. What you got, my brother?
Yo, what's good with you, bro? How everybody tonight?
Not much, man. Not much. Same old. I'm over here distracted right now because I'm trying to. This thing on new game came out. I have to go ahead and get some practice before I leave it alone again.
What game you playing? I'm doing all right. How you, Liz? That's what's up. What you playing, Kel?
Mortal Kombat.
Hey, twin.
I dare you.
She always got to keep doing that, huh? She want to keep doing it.
But
only one twin she had.
Okay, is bad parenting subjective? I think there are like Ayana was saying, I think there are elements in bad parenting that are just universal. Like something like extreme corporal punishment. Like almost the majority of people looking in on that would be like, damn, that's wrong. Like somebody needs to be called to stop this. But like if you see a kid and you done told them about 5 times, like leave that alone, and then you pop their hand. Like, and I ain't even talking about like nothing serious, but you just like pop their hand or you brush their hand away. That's still a little physical, but it's not as extreme as like you see them doing something and you take a fork and poke them with it in the hand. You know what I'm saying? Stab them in the hand with a fork. Like that's extreme as hell. You know what I'm saying? So like to a degree, yeah, certain parts of it, like I don't feel like anybody that's not in middle school or at a point where they're staying away from home for extended periods of time need a cell phone. Like you just don't. For what? Like if you need to call your friend,
You trying to make it juicy? Nah, come on, let's go.
But no, I'm just saying, like, because it's so much on there that a mind that variety of mind ain't ready for. Like I just don't. I feel like a parent that here, take this phone, go sit down somewhere, leave me alone, is parenting in a piss poor fashion. Personally, but I'm not. I'm not judge your executioner, so like they get to do what they want. But so in that regard, yeah, certain parts, there are certain things that people can do that's okay to do that other people might not find in the realm of good parenting.
So far I hear 3. So you basically saying it's objective, right?
Am I? I might be.
Because you said some. All you got to do is have one. You just really somebody's got to find one where it's not something is not subjective. So I think that's what because it's three of y'all that said it so far. I think the rest of the people said it's subjective. It's you, Ayana, and I think Nay said it so far that it is subjective. I mean objective so far. Because the fact that you said that you do believe is the universal
There
bad,
are
right? You said
there are certain things that are universally bad, but then there are certain things that aren't. So like certain things are circumstantial based upon each individual and each individual circumstance. So it's not like I'm saying that. So plopping the kid down in front of the TV so you don't have to worry about them. You can go off and handle your business. I don't think that's good parenting. You see what I'm saying? But it's a lot of people out here that they just want to clean up or they just want 10 minutes to themselves. Go watch Barney or go watch Winnie the Pooh or whatever. Go put the movie on and I'll come get you when I'm ready for you. And they feel like that's fine, but I don't. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, I might be agreeing with you. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm just trying to see what everybody's point of view is. 'Cause so far, I think subjective is winning so far, which I'm noticing. And then so now y'all the three new ones that actually came with it is objective so far. So I mean it can a parent basically just saying you can parent. So notice that the word is parenting. It ain't parent. It don't mean you got to be bad, but you just got some people. So I'm not going into too much. Let me let Alter go, and then I'm say.
Yeah, confused the heck out of me. Okay. Is bad parenting, hey guys, is bad parenting really subjective? No, bad parenting, I mean, again, that's why it's kind of like difficult because you might say, well, that's not bad. But yes, bad and good. If we're looking at, to me, if we're looking at God, well, not to me, but if we're looking at God's standard, there is an objective bad and good. People choose to allow things to be bad and good because that is a subjective term because people do decide what is good. It is good that I do this, and somebody else can think, no, it's actually bad. Just like with Gemini saying that it's bad if you leave your kids to watch a TV. I'm gonna call my mama and say you was bad parenting because Gemini said when you had us watch Lion King in the den while you was washing dishes, you did bad parenting. Y'all crazy. Gemini, stop playing with us.
You can't do that.
Stop playing Gemini with us.
Mom like that, no.
Like, because I was hearing y'all, I was like, wait a minute, if your kid is if you say, hey, you can play with your phone or a game, or you can watch a movie while you take time to yourself, I think that's absolutely okay. So that's what I'm saying, right? Somebody would think that's bad. So subjectively, because there is no objective point to that, someone can argue that term. And one side could be right, but based off whatever somebody sees it as. Now, if you let your kids be by electrical cords and water, that's bad parenting. I need 5 minutes. I don't care what the heck you do. That's different. You give your child a, what do you call it? How we used to call them when I used to teach kids. Forgot. But it's like you're giving them something actively. You're actively having them do something while you're taking that time if you need that time while they're in a safe environment in a sense. So yeah, anyway. Cartoon Network, heavy rotation. Look, okay, but yeah. Anyway, but is bad parenting really subjective? In my opinion, the way I'm going to say it, no. Bad parenting is when you let your child do what you want. I don't care what anybody say. If you let your child do anything they want and you give them no discipline, no structure, no guidance, you're a bad parent, period. I don't care what you say. A good parent gives you structure. A good parent does not try to be your best friend. A good parent tells you when you're right, when you're wrong. A good parent will not put their feelings and all these traumas on your children. That's what a good parent would do. So in that sense, yes, there is an objective way to look at parenting as good or bad. That's why some people are in prison and some people are at home with their kids cuddle up because y'all play too much. So again, just kind of like depends. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Thanks.
That's why I ain't wanted her to go last, man. She by the time I ain't trying to. So now we have 3 people that said it's objective so far. Everybody else said, oh, wait, 1, 2, no, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's about 4 on 4 now. 4 on 4 with the objective versus subjective. It might be 4-4, 4v4. Oh, that's what Shank thinks CD was meaning earlier. I'll be forgetting what I was talking about. I was always playing this game. I throw my own stuff up. So we got 3 people or 4 people that said it's subjective. 12 people said it's objective. So I guess we can leave it open panel for people that disagree with one another. How y'all feel about that? Or anybody change their mind, or anybody still sticking with it? Whatever. Like, we can talk about it.
Well, isn't objective is more unbiased. Subjective is more controlled. Isn't that how it is?
No,
If you
I think
go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I think objective is more like well, subjective is more feeling based, and objective would be more like fact based.
Exactly, and that's what I was thinking. That's why I said one is more controlled, and one is more because subjective. If we follow like somebody else's beliefs, or like if you look at idolatry or whatever, it's like, are we following somebody? Are we being subjective because we're a subject to that person's beliefs, or are we objective because we're actually opposite of those beliefs, like objective?
But I mean, well, objective is more like concrete. Subjective is more movable. Right. So that it was, it's more so like there is, like, it's just, to me, no wiggle room when you say objective. Objective is what it is, right? The sun is in the sky. It's not subjectively in the ground. It's certain things are like kind of like standardly like going to be. Like if anybody thinks unaliving your kid because they touched the stove and you think that's subjectively bad, then that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some things that you can consider objective in that sense. But again, like with the TV thing is a good example as far as somebody would think, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let your kid watch a movie while you go finish washing dishes or go lay down for a second, whatever case is, right? When somebody thinks like, oh, that's terrible parenting that you let your kid watch a show while you lay down. So it's just, that could be considered in a sense objective because it's just based off of more so opinion based.
Well, you know what, twin? You know what, Alter? I actually looked up. I keep yelling, wanna call you twin, because I swear, Kev, I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna kick him, but I'm gonna call you Alter. So, I actually looked up the word, because you have objective and you have subjective, and I looked up the word "jective," and it means to throw something out. So,
oh my goodness, not this. What is that called again? That man.
But you gotta break words
random
up,
people, whatever y'all call yourselves. Okay.
You gotta break up.
Either way, you gotta turn away from something.
Y'all gonna break down what TV mean and what do in the middle of feminine is gonna what anonymity means. I'm like, oh my gosh, can we just get direct?
So are we talking about just in proximity to what we know or overall? Because overall,
let's get it.
In another country, a lot of things we wouldn't consider to be good parenting is the only way that they parent because that's all they know, and they wouldn't be considered bad parents overseas somewhere. So like North Korea, like they're not allowed to have lights during certain time frame. Over here, if you get your lights cut off, you're a bad parent. Or like in Iraq or Iran, you know what I'm saying? Like their women and children are disposable. To them, that's what they believe. But to us, we would consider that bad. So wouldn't that make that our belief subjective? Because it is based on proximity to what we know.
So that's 1 point for subjective, 1 point for objective. Where we go? Let's go. Keep it going.
I think in that same space, we also can look at like how the United States is doing right now. And we have a lot of teachers that are leaving the profession because they're saying, hey guys, your kids are really bad. They don't listen during class. There's no dress code. We have parents that are arguing with us about your kids not getting good grades when you're not helping them with homework. And so when we have a surplus of people saying kind of the exact same thing, all from different states, and the only common denominator is the parents and the parenting, we can kind of conclude that there is an issue with parenting currently and that something needs to change. So I feel like that kind of points to the objectiveness of it.
I like the definition. Basically, I think Lovely spoken in a sense when it comes to subjective. It's subjective is facts, unbiased, right? And then subjective is personal feelings and opinions. That's just how you break it down. Even if you look at it like in a worldwide stance, what is something that you can say is facts and an unbiased point of view, and what would something be personal, like a personal feelings and options, or options but opinions, culturally or different things. Because I think if you look at the wide scheme, you pull out from the universe, you come all the way up from it, and have all the countries, cities, and states at the at the end. Under you, what is still going to be objectively right and objectively wrong. So if your viewpoint of what is objective is different from what is facts and subjective wise, and it's gonna to me be like kind of mixed up, like wishy-washy in a sense. Like you're not gonna have a sense of, because some people don't even have a sense of objectivity. They think everything is subjective, and that's interesting to me.
But do we honestly hold that?
Can I say something real quick,
Yeah,
Creole?
I was going to debate right quick
Oh no, go ahead.
concerning subject.
Yeah, it's team. Let's get it.
Okay, and I love me some Alta too. But wouldn't you believe that over here in the U.S., everything that we consider or do to be subjective? I mean, when you're talking about overseas, they have their children married off and know exactly who they're going to be married to. And over here, getting married at 16 is not a possibility. But over there in another country, it is a possibility. So everything that we do and how we see things, even when it comes down to gentle parenting or corporal punishment, it's all subjective based on how the rest of the world is. Nothing is truly a fact based on what we see.
And I see kind of like what you're saying and what Alter is saying, and that's why I was like, look, if you look at, because remember I brought up objective, what objective means, but if you look at an object and then you look at subject, it kind of reminds me of like a substitute, like a substitute. You know, when you look at a substitute teacher that comes in, it's like you're substituting something for the actual object. So it kind of reminds me of like the yin yang theory, is that you can be one, but you can also be the other. It's like you're
Lovely, ain't you like team subjective? I think I'm over here trying to make some conversation because I think I remember you being team subjective. And Krill is a team subjective. Ayana is.
Not him sneakily remembering.
I think you're right. Gemini's team objective, Alter objective, Nate objective, and Ayana.
I'm objective.
They lost a couple of their subjective friends. I just thought about that. Let's see what Mr. P got though. Now let's squeeze him in real quick. What you think? Is bad parenting objective or how do I say projective? What's a project like or is it objective?
That's a whole nother conversation.
Oh no, I ain't even ready for that, Lovely. I already know you about to come with something. Well, project, when you break down the object of the prod, it means.
So, hello everybody. That was a very nice welcome from everybody. I appreciate that. So are you guys ready for the correct answer?
What up, Brett?
Yo.
I'm good, man. I'm good. And hello to everybody and anybody that said hi in the comments. Hello. So I think what the problem is with the discussion is people are having a hard time understanding that bad parenting is objective. Okay? It is objective. All right. Now, the methods of parenting and the gradation to which something is bad, that can be subjective. Okay. This is one of those topics where it's universally, objectively bad to kick a toddler in the head because they tripped over your game cord. That's bad parenting. Everybody here will objectively agree that that is bad. So I just proved that bad parenting is objective. Now,
that's why I said it take one.
The gradation is that we all objectively agree that it's bad because there was a level of force that was so over the top that the reaction was unnecessary. The child has no self-agency at that age. There's a bunch of factors why we all agree that that's wrong. Now, the gradation. One parent doesn't do anything, doesn't care, and that's how they parent. That child is going to grow up with a bad attitude and a bad respect, but they weren't bad in the moment. They weren't doing anything to hurt the child, but that's still bad. And that's objective to me, or subjective to me, whereas to them, they're like, oh, well, I just, it's not a big deal. I don't need to say anything. So I think that how parenting is carried out is what's subjective, but bad parenting in itself as a whole term is objective. We can all recognize bad parents in the gross.
Now, how do you convey that to somebody that's a psychopath that doesn't understand what is good or bad? They just understand how to complete a mission that they're trying to complete.
Their failure to understand what's good or bad doesn't negate
What's good or bad?
what they were doing being good or bad through my eyes. So that's a subjective opinion. That's my opinion. Just like with the law, I can't say, well, I didn't know that there was a speed limit, so I didn't know I was breaking the law, so don't give me a ticket. The cop ain't gonna buy that for a second. Ignorance doesn't protect you from consequence.
Okay, I get that ignorance is not substitute for consequence, but my question still stands. In a situation where somebody has a mental illness and they are psychotic, how is it explained when something is good or bad? Because most people that are psychotic, they don't understand that you can't do that certain thing to a baby to get them to shut up after they face a law, which is words. How do we get, as far as the U.S.,
Is there?
I got to answer. I want to try one too.
What you're asking is a very difficult question to answer because you're using a general wide term of psychotic, and then you're using the wide term of mental illness. Now, the varying degrees of someone's psychosis and then the varying types of mental illnesses that you can encompass, from my own anecdotal experience, someone who's having these major mental issues, it's like convincing a drunk person who thinks that they can drive that they can't. You're just not going to be able to convey the message because their brain is incapable of understanding the logic that you're presenting.
Yeah, so that would go under more so an maybe unfit parent. Like
in which case we have programs and situations in place for that.
So would it be considered unfit, which would be bad, or would that? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like it's so subjective because.
But if you think about it, an unfit parent would be bad for the child. So which means you would be still a bad parent technically, right? Because that's not safe for the child. So technically you're not a good parent for the child. So if they were to see that you cannot, be responsible for this child, you would not be considered a good fit parent for this child, which then would deem you, as a parent. But it wouldn't be a fair assessment because we know that they have problems.
Actually,
based on law and rules, right? But if a parent doesn't get their child vaccinations, they're considered unfit too, even though that may be against their religion.
So when do you know that you're an unfit parent? When do you know if you're an unfit parent and you need resources that are going to make you a better parent? When do you know you're an unfit parent?
You know you're a bad gardener when the tree's fruits come out. Okay, like the reason that there's a difficulty with parenting is because there's not the instant gratification of the result. Your child at 10 is 10 years of input. Your child at 18 is 18 years of input. Your child at 25 is 25 years of input. You have to do self-analysis. You're not going to be able to come down to a finite answer until there's been enough time where you can analyze enough behavior.
I think it always goes, Mr. Print, it always goes back down to self. It always will boil back down to self. And that's like the A word that Kev talks about all the time. It always goes back down to self. It's like if our child does things throughout their life based upon how they're modeled by us, you know, and then they make choices, they make decisions. Maybe they're not the same decisions or the same choices that we want them to make, but at the end of the day, they now have accountability.
Yeah, but I would also, just on the tail end of this, I don't want to get off topic, but just an interesting thought with this idea. Does bad parenting automatically mean bad children into bad adults?
I have a question for the objective, right? Y'all seen that video of the lady that kept telling her child that they can touch on a lamp?
On a lamp?
Is that bad? Yeah, she kept saying, touch it 3 more times. Now touch it 2 more times. Now touch it 1 more time. Is that bad or is that good parenting?
Oh my goodness, that kind of reminds me of like a ritual, like a ritual.
I guess I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I don't either. But I actually about to ask the question before what you call it. Cause it's like, dang, it's like, I think I was about to make a post about this subjective. Like, everything can't be subjective in life, though. That's just like, because you said it sounded like you may want to justify for a mentally ill person, and that shows that that will go against life itself. Then, because that'd be like, oh, well, I call this unaliving a person. Well, they don't know they did it, so it's not a fact that it's unaliving because a mentally ill person did it, like, or a mentally ill person punched you or something like that. It's a fact, it's a fact that they just harmed you, but in their eyes, just because in their eyes they don't see it, that don't change it. That don't change the the world's. I don't even say the rules. It just don't change the fact that it still hurt you or it bruised you. So you can't. That's why you can't make a world around. Because that's like, I'm trying to see how the way to put that though. It's like you can't. I'll put it this way, right? Like that, like, because if you don't know something, right? Because I learned something. I learned that. I mean, not learned it, but I noticed like you pay for things you know and don't know at the same time. So no matter how you look at it, I could be like, well, I didn't know that if I ate this poison berry, because I feel like, or I'm a different type of person that I'm not going to get poisoned. And it just don't work like that. Like, you're going to still get poisoned no matter who you think you are or how your mentality is or whatever. You still going to get poisoned. And that would just be an object. That's the difference between objective. So it's like a majority, not even a majority. It's just a flat out automatic, I guess, the way of life, right? Because if somebody say they don't think the world don't. I'm trying to think of something else. I gotta think of some more stuff though. Because some things, like, it gotta be objective. Because if everything in life just cannot be subjective, because like we might as well not talk to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Let me give you the word, because you just reminded me of something. This is codependency at its finest. This is where everybody else is trying to make somebody else do something that they should already be responsible for. That's what codependent. So we're relying on other people, like that validation or that valuing that we want to have from other people. But we're also trying to tell other people that you need to do this so that we can have this. It reminds me of codependency. Exactly what you're bringing up, Kev. Exactly what you're bringing up.
Well, and also like the key word, that's what I'm saying, right? Parenting, right? Which I would thought that's a job, ain't that? It's more of a job. So that's because you a bad parent. That don't mean you gotta be a bad person. I think that we keep thinking about being a bad person. So I'm pretty sure parenting is more of a job. It's not just a person. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why. Because of course it's obvious that I'm on the more of the objective thing. But that's why I worded it like that. Is to see if somebody gonna take parent out of it versus parenting. Because to say is bad parenting. So it got to be something that's part of being a parent. That got to be something that's working towards. It got to be something that every parent does that makes it objective. Because it's a job. I used this. I think yesterday when I said to know the difference between right and wrong. Because it is such thing as an objective right or wrong. Like I said, if it's be playing basketball or something like that, it's a right way to play it and it's a wrong way to play it. It's not subjective to doing it. The whole goal is to score. But a foul is a foul. That don't change. Even though but I'm just saying, the rules is the rules, and that's just how it is. You can't change it because, I'm shorter. That means I can dunk. I should have had a rim lower to fit me. No, you just not tall enough to dunk, and that's just what it is. It's gonna stay at 10 feet. To play that game. So and that's just how that is. It don't revolve around because he's short. We're gonna make sure he can get the crawl on somebody else's back and dunk on somebody. Just to make it. No, you're just not a dunker. You're a shooter.
But what we're gonna do, Kev, is we're gonna line the perimeter of the court with different height baskets so that it's all proportionately the same.
Well, actually, Kev just proved a good point because he said the difference between parent and parenting. That you can be a parent, you can give you can have kids all day long, but parenting, is the action that comes with parenting.
I would argue that inaction is also an aspect of parenting. By not being a parent, that is a aspect of parenting that you are providing, one of negligence, and that's bad parenting.
Can I go back a little bit and respond to something someone said?
Yeah, I was trying to interrupt so you could get to the lamp question because I didn't even know it.
So the lamp question is this. It was this viral TikTok from a while ago, and she was a therapist. I think she was an occupational therapist, and she was essentially telling a child that when a child wants to transition from doing one activity to the next, she says okay, I know you don't want to finish doing this activity, and the activity was she wanted to turn off the lamp. Okay, you can touch the lamp one time, or you can touch the lamp 2 times, and then one time. So it went from 3 to 1. So the child could be weaned off essentially of doing the activity that they wanted to do without telling them no, because she doesn't like telling said child no, because she said telling them no wasn't right. So my whole thing about that was since I work in a setting with children, you don't get that option. When I tell you it's time to put something up, you don't get 5 more minutes and then 3 more minutes and then 2 more minutes to play. The activity is over. And I think that that's a lot of the problems with parenting nowadays, is that people give their children too many options. Sometimes it is as simple as, no, it's done. It's over. You don't get a second opinion. You are the child and I am the adult. Therefore, you don't get an opinion on this. And I feel like people are very comfortable with allowing their children to have opinions on things that don't require opinions. I don't feel like telling your child that they should be able to turn the lamp on and off 5, 6, 7, 8 times so they feel like they're getting their way is helping your child in any way. It's teaching them that when I'm not comfortable with doing something that I don't want to do, I have to find a way around it to then make myself more comfortable. But that's not reality and that's not comfortable. Sorry.
Well, you brought up the word, Ayana, the word no. A lot of people don't know how to hear the word no, and they don't know how to say the word no. But you also brought up the word hot. A lot of times us as children, one of the first words that we hear is hot. It's hot. Don't touch the stove. But if you touch the stove, you're going to know that it's hot.
But even outside of the stove thing, I think a lot of people refer to the stove thing because it's an immediate, you're going to get a reaction because the stove is hot, you're going to burn your freaking hand off. But even things when you don't teach your children that no means no and yes means yes, they will never learn how to properly socialize because they expect the world to revolve around them. And so, and I'm going to keep going back to daycare because, like I said, this is what I do. I have a lot of kids, and yeah, I get it, they're little, but I have some kids that are really good at sharing and really good at understanding that there are other people around them. And then I have other kids that think that the daycare is there for them and only them, and they have no perspective of anything being outside of their world because their parents have only catered to them. So when you never teach your child that there is a world outside of you, there's something bigger than just you, then manipulation plays in. 4-year-olds absolutely know how to manipulate people, and people think that that's not true, and it is.
Well, I think that's the thing, Ayana, is that not only do we have to show our children how we function as a family in our home, but we also have to show them what how society functions, what you're gonna do when you go to school, and how you're gonna function when you go out into the world. You know, it's like we're trying to teach them this balance, and some of us didn't even know our balance. You know, so it's kind of like it's the best of both worlds, I guess.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm sorry. This is so interesting to me because I talk about parenting a lot. Huh? Sorry.
Go ahead and we're gonna get Lala in.
Parenting, like this whole conversation is so interesting to me because I feel like, especially with the parent versus parenting thing, parents only see their child as the individual, like I just said, vice versa. And so like they don't really understand how smart children are. And when you see a gaggle of children, especially like they're all working together to figure something out, they're gonna figure it out. They're gonna either get into trouble figuring it out or they're gonna figure it out. So when you don't see kids as a whole or adults as a whole, and you only see like one person as an individual, you think your child is incapable or slow or they're a baby or whatever. You're not going to push them to their limit. So yeah, I feel like parents need to get it together.
Go ahead, Lala.
Well, hello, Kev. Hey, everybody.
You, Lala.
They're a triplet.
Hey, Lala.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just listening to everybody's take on it. You know, I have 2 kids of my own, and I've been watching kids since I was about 12, 13 years old. I think that there is a such thing as bad parenting as well as something as a bad parent. So I'm going to assume bad parenting refers to the actions that you're doing as a parent, like raising a kid up. And yeah, there's bad things to do when you're doing that. And then being a bad parent is its own monster in and of itself to me. So, and no, I don't think those things are subjective. I think if you want to be like technical, you can say they're subjective, but there are many objective things, meaning abuse, neglect, in the forms of neglect, physical abuse, or like not feeding your children, not clothing your children. Like these are things that are universally understood as bad parenting. I also think that not telling your kid no is bad parenting. So like when you don't teach your child how to properly handle their emotions, how to properly accept no, not teaching them to be respectful to certain authority or how to communicate properly. These are things that they should be learning from you as their mama or their dad. And if you're not helping them do those things, then I don't think you're being a good parent. That's why there's this thing called free range parenting where the kids kind of lead everything. The kids don't even go to school. Like they only teach them to read when they want to learn to read something, or it's very, and they're trying to say it's because they don't want to put restrictions on the kids. But in my opinion, it's just lazy. Like you're so self-centered and lazy that you don't want to raise your children or teach them. Girl, I'm not kidding. The girl's 9 years old, couldn't read the words off the dishwasher. So
Like free range chicken. Like
girl, yes, free range parenting. They're just like outside. She couldn't read. It's a real thing. And these parents, listen, I'm not saying it, but I am saying the most of them doing it is a certain people group. I ain't say it, but I did. You know what I'm saying? It's the same people don't want to put shoes on now. So I left it alone. At my house, I'm be quiet. Is that just them two, Kev? What do I consider being bad
Yep.
parenting? All right, cool. Yeah, and good parenting is what I'm doing, period. Okay, you.
So is the free range chicken parenting, is that considered bad? Because
I think I consider it bad because kids need structure in order to grow. Because those kids are going to come out of their environment with their parents unless they're going to go live in the wilderness or on a farm all by themselves forever, which still they'll end up having to interact with other people. It's going to be a problem later. these parents are just super, super lazy. It's very weird.
I
It's like
agree. I
people
agree
say,
with that.
it's bath
It's
night.
lazy, but it is trash.
If you look at it from when we were growing up as kids, because I'm gonna be 44 this year. If you look at
Me
it
too.
like my parents was like, but they said, look, before the street lights come on, you gotta come home. Before you can drink out of the water hose, you can do all this stuff, but you're not gonna do this. And that was just how we functioned.
That made me wonder, is tired and lazy the same? Let's answer this. Not for real, because hold on.
I think you can be lazy because you tired.
No.
Right. So that means you tired though. Because lazy and tired are two different
Tired.
things.
Lazy
Okay.
and
Ayana said me too. Yes, Ayana, me too. I'm about to be 44, period.
Yeah, tired is more of like a fatigue type thing where you
I'm
can't
really
control.
not.
Lazy is when you just choose not to
Yeah,
do
lazy,
something.
you ain't got
That's
no
basically
reason. You ain't done nothing all day. You chilling, and then you don't want to pick up the remote, and you guys said make your kid go do it. Tired is like, if I move, I'ma cry. Like, please, y'all, eat a bologna sandwich tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Please,
not them eating a bologna sandwich. I move, I'ma cry. Like, please, y'all, eat a bologna sandwich tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Please,
not them eating a bologna sandwich we make. Tonight. Okay.
and that goes back down to Alter. That goes back down to choice. Is like, do you choose to be lazy or do you choose to be tired?
You don't want to be tired. I like energy.
you
Okay,
can't
if I'm
choose to
tired,
be
it's for real.
tired. Your body gonna get tired regardless.
Now,
That's true. Your body will shut
sides,
down.
Kev. I'm trying to switch sides right quick because
No, don't switch now. I need y'all to keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
now I knew the baseline concerning objective would be, of course, being your kids, stuff like that, and things of that nature. I was leaving all that off the table. I was talking about like simplistic things that we see on a daily basis, like people that talk about the game systems, because everybody ain't got no game system. Everybody don't know about no game system, okay? But when you talk about this free range chicken parenting, I can't get with that. So I'm switching. Now, do I need to switch my box or?
Yep, unschooling, because school is the problem.
Think about this, doll. Do you think that you can force somebody that is tired to do something that they should be doing, or force somebody that is lazy to do something that they're doing?
Laziness is a sin.
Mm-hmm.
Can I address the lamp theory?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mister. I don't know.
I think that is just horrible in my opinion. I'm just going to speak very matter of fact from my opinion, from my perspective on this. I said matter of fact from my opinion, so it's oxymoronic. I get it. But kids, they desire structure. They desire boundaries.
That's true.
That's what they're doing. They're feeling and they're prodding and they're searching for the edge. The free reign or free range, whatever, parenting method is laziness. It's just it's in my opinion, it's a super liberal perspective of, I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. If you don't want to read and give into this conformist system of communication, you don't have to do that. I can't subscribe to that. When I had my first child, I told my wife that we have to have the mindset that we have brought this child into our life, and this child is going to conform to our routine. And if we don't have that mentality, this baby is going to set the routine.
You know what, Mr. Brent?
Set the pace.
Think of something. Do you think that us as parents make our kids lazy, or do we make them fatigued? Make them
I'll get into lazy and fatigue here in a second. I just want to harp on the no thing for a second. My kids understand the word no. My kids, they don't press when I say no. Because no has certain implications and certain meanings in, you know, context to what's happening and how you say it. My kids are also taught that in order to cooperate with me, they don't need to understand why they're being asked to do something. Understanding is not a prerequisite for cooperation. And so, but when I teach them that, I also demonstrate through my own actions that when I can give them an explanation at a time when it's appropriate, I do. And it's not always going to be available right when I say no. I don't deny questioning. I just tell them that they need to do it when it's appropriate. And, you know, with the word no, and I'll say this to all the men listening, you want to really do something beautiful for your relationship, learn how to tell your woman no. Okay? My wife has told me point blank that that's one of the greatest things that I've ever done is had the ability to say no. She says that it's always helped her keep respect for me.
Let me turn this phone down for somebody here. You tell them to do that. Let me turn my phone all the way down because don't be telling him that.
That part. Now, for the people that understand Mr. Brent, but all the men ain't got it.
I love when he brings up this stuff.
You know, so
fast forward. Go ahead. No,
so the word no is something that has a lot of use and utility, but overuse can take you right into bad parenting. And when you're tired and lazy, sometimes you need to say yes when you feel like saying no. Dad, take me outside. Let's throw the ball. You just got off work for 40 hours. Don't say no. Say yes. You only have to say yes to those things for 18 years. If you're lucky, you get them for 18 years. So learn to say no and learn when to say yes. And then lazy versus tired. Lazy, in my opinion, is just you losing your self-negotiation. You talked yourself into not doing something. Tired is usually a byproduct of effort. If you're going to say you're tired and you've been laying around playing video games all day, you ain't tired, you're being lazy.
Hey.
You're doing something. If you've been outside and you've worked in the sun or you've been riding your bike with your friends or you're building jumps or you were out, whatever, and you come in, plop down on the couch, I'm tired. Hell yeah, you're tired. You earned that. You did something. But laziness is you losing your own self-negotiation. You just gave yourself an L.
I want to add to the no thing that you said. I don't think people realize how important it is to also teach your kids how to accept no from you. Like my son and my daughter, like I teach them how to accept no. So when I say no, you say okay. Because sometimes kids don't know what to say, and I don't think people hate. I don't know what it is about this new generation of parents. I sound like an old lady. Yeah, I'm 44. But I don't know what it is, but they don't understand. Like sometimes you have to say no and then tell them what to say. It's okay to tell them what to say in those moments. So like my daughter is learning, she's only 2 now, so she's catching up with her brother. When I say no, I'll say, what do you say? She's like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. She was like, yes, ma'am, but I want. I'm like, no, she's 2. So I said no. She's like, and she'll say, yes, ma'am. Or she'll say no. And I'll have her repeat me. Did I say no? Yes, you said no, like that, So
I think that's great. I just want to point out to harp on what you were saying before it gets away from me, that I meant to say. When you're saying no, what you're teaching is how to handle rejection. And there was a famous philosopher from back in the day who was seen asking a statue for money. And the passerbys thought he was kind of crazy. And then someone said, why are you doing that? Asking the statue for money. And he says, I'm practicing being rejected. Because handling rejection is something you only get by dealing with it. It can't be given to you. You have to earn it. So what you're doing is you're teaching your children how to process and manage rejection. And it's super important.
yeah, and I think it's real emotions that come along with it that they have to be walked through too. Sorry, everybody came off mute like a Christmas tree. That was crazy.
Don't tell me no, period. But I'm just gonna go ahead.
No, but that's the thing. It's also like, even when I didn't have to say no, I had to learn to say no to my son. And when he was smaller, now it's my daughter too, but I had to learn to say no. Because I'd be like, why am I saying no, Mom? And she would say, you don't have to do it. And I'm like, yeah, but I have it. The money's right here. I can just buy it for him. He asked for it. I don't get it. It took me forever to understand that sometimes they have to learn to have a no, even if there isn't a reason that I just don't want to do it, and I'm allowed to say no to that.
We have to learn how to say no to ourselves too. Like, no, I don't want this. Like, I don't want this for me. Like, a lot of people don't like to say no to other people, but they also don't know how to say no or give the no. That the no sometimes is for ourselves.
Right. There's no conversation with the person. Y'all play too much. Anyway, I was like, go ahead. This is actually really good. This is
Period
good.
altar. Period la la.
I'll try it.
So, hey, Mr. Friend, this is G.I. Jane, by the way. Hey, friend. I ain't trying to do no pushback on what you said earlier, but when it comes to me, now tell your kids no, but when it comes to me, I need to hear like a maybe later on, possibly. Let's go check that out and see. I don't want to hear no. Okay, so I ain't gonna date nobody on
Toxic.
TikTok, but to your friends, very toxic. To your friends, just sprinkle a little, maybe later, babe. Let's go see about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to see about it first to say no or yes. And usually I need to hear yeah.
No, and listen, and we're well adept at turning a no. We're well adept at turning a no to a yes. Okay.
Right. So let's not even go
Fuck.
through all of that by you just telling me straight no, like
That's
that's gonna be
horrible.
it.
Y'all hear
Like,
this
that's
in
not the
4K?
end
I'm
of
gonna make
because
sure
you
I quit
said
this whole
no.
thing.
Listen, as long as we both
Jane,
leave
I
happy
hear
from the negotiation, it's fine.
Mr. Friend, don't push back. She said what she said. And I was like,
Jane, that's you.
Hey, so what's quicker, a no or a yes?
yeah, yes is better. I mean, we ain't gotta go through the whole
Yes could be a head nod, a yeah, Yes could be a lot of things.
I
Yes.
hear
It
what you're
depends
saying,
on what they
Jane,
ask.
but
Is you
I'm
big? They gonna be like, they ain't gonna be that fast that time.
yo, Jane.
Is your
I hear what you're saying, but no.
That hurt.
Drop him.
Can you take accountability?
All right, maybe later.
Patriarchy.
That was good. That's very patriarchal of him, but that was
Yeah,
good.
it was super patriarchal. It's okay. It's giving misogynist, but okay.
I'm oppressed.
I need to hear some. What my cousin doing? What you got, cuz, man? I'm tired of all these. What the?
Are you tired of the women, Kev? Are you being a misogynist as
Right.
well?
Oh my
Don't you
God.
join it. Go ahead and agree with us,
Bring
De
some
Niro.
man. Bring some men power in here.
Look,
Yeah.
De Niro, you're surrounded, but go ahead.
Kev,
Yeah,
can
go
I-
ahead,
Can I tell you a
Janelle.
joke really
Feel
quick, Kev?
open.
What you got, Mr. P?
So, I'm a religious individual, and I just recently discovered that men will get into heaven 30 minutes earlier than women, because it states that when man was released into heaven, there was silence for half an hour.
Yes.
That sound about right. God already know the deal.
That makes
That's
sense.
why he
to
told
y'all.
us to. That's why he
It
told us
does
to
make
sit in there
sense.
with the trees and deal with a woman.
Yeah, prepare the way.
Oh,
Prepare
sit
the
on
way.
That's why he
It
told us
does
to
make
sit in there
sense.
with the trees and deal with a woman.
Yeah, prepare the way.
Oh,
Prepare
sit
the
on the
way up
corner
for
of the
us.
roof.
That's why he
It
told us
does
to
make
sit in there
sense.
with the trees and deal with a woman.
Yeah, prepare the way.
Oh,
Prepare
sit
the
on the
way up for
corner of the
us
roof
to
in
say
the
yes.
sun.
So yeah, you're right. Prepare the way for y'all to say yes. Period. When we walk in, everything's be yes already set up. Yes should already be set up when you walk in. Thank you.
Yes and amen, matter of fact.
Period. Yes and amen. Okay.
Nah, y'all gonna change it to a woman.
But no, with the whole good parenting, bad parenting, the way I see it is that you can definitely have bad parents, of course. Somebody that neglect their responsibilities, don't really care too much what their kids do. They just pretty much just putting them out in the world without being prepared for it. Because our main job as a parent is to do what? Prepare our kids to live. And when it comes down to when it comes down to being stern, like I think a few people was just speaking on, you know, certain situations, but I think that's just being a stern parent, setting boundaries and not moving your boundaries, because once a kid know that that boundary can be played with, it can be moved, all I got to do is this, that carries over into adulthood. That becomes a part of who they are. They always think, well, if I just do this, I can just get away with this. You don't want to teach your kids to take shortcuts. I did that. I learned from my mistakes. So now I'm not going to teach my kids that. But I was just listening for a while, so I had a lot of shit on my mind.
Cheating, man. I thought I was counting on you, cuz, to be the objective one and say subjective. I mean, oops, I messed up. I was counting on you, man. We got some more subjective ones out here. Anybody? Subjective ones out here. Anybody?
It is. Parenting is definitely subjective.
There you go. I knew I could count on you.
And I'm sorry, De Niro. I'm sorry, cousin. Go ahead.
She got some help now. She's like,
Sissy on pause on teacup. And since they made the free range chicken parenting, now they have a definition for it. Now it's considered subjective.
No. Like, okay, this is why I'm going to say all parenting is subjective, right? No matter whether it's good, bad, whatever it is. Because
Yeah, see TikTok now.
Look good.
Put you back on TikTok because now you talking crazy. Go ahead, go to sleep, take a nap. Anyway, and I was like,
Yeah, it's kind of like
chicken one.
See, what happened was I already
we'll
gave the right
find out
answer.
if your subjective parenting works when your kids go to school and the teachers have to deal with them. I'm telling you.
subjectively, my kids are never wrong. Well, I'll let you know objectively,
Literally.
your kids are very wrong up in this classroom. You hear me? Objectively wrong. I was playing. Go ahead.
No, my friend just sent me a video. It's not funny. Stop crying. I'm about to cry. Laugh. Hold on. Wait. Whew. Okay. This lady my friend just sent me a video of a lady like ranting to the internet because she's upset because somebody keeps calling pest control on her house, or like, what is it called? Animal control on when you cats and dogs, whatever that is. They kept calling animal control on her because her son identifies as trans species, so he keeps meowing and stuff. So the neighbors keep calling animal control on her and sending them to the house, and she's super
Log
upset.
off. Log off.
No,
Log
I'm
off.
serious.
Log off.
I'm so serious.
The child is outside meowing. Stop it.
I swear, it's not funny. But I don't know if it's a prank or what, but they keep calling animal control. And she's so upset. Okay, I'm done. This is what I mean by that.
That's just like when there's like a vegan that moves into a neighborhood
because
and the
I
neighbors
was
do a
talking.
barbecue.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I was talking, and I was saying that all parenting was subjective because are you not raising your kids to your liking? Don't you want your kids to do how can I say it? Don't you want them to look good in your eyes?
No.
Live up to your standards?
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking about that too.
So what religion do you usually, teach your kids?
I was thinking about that, De Niro, earlier when Kev first brought up this conversation. You know how they always bring up that, are you going to live vicariously, that's the word, through your children? Are you raising your children who you wanted to be, or are you raising your children who they should be?
Period.
Right. And that's the thing. A lot of people, they sit there and say that, oh, I'm going to raise my kids to be able to do whatever they want to do. But in reality, you still push I'm going to raise my kids to be able to do whatever they want to do. But in reality, you still push your kids to go do it.
Wait, I feel like, hold on. I feel like you're going in different directions. I'm trying to see what's your exact point you're saying as far as parenting. how you're parenting
Well,
or how
that's
you
the
see
way
parenting.
No,
it is.
what I'm speaking on is the reason why I believe is subjective, because you teaching your kids what you believe. You're based on your opinions, your feelings, your thoughts, how you feel about things. Correct?
Well, that's a subjective view if you're doing it based off feelings and opinions. Absolutely, but go ahead.
Right, and that's what most parents do.
Right, and it's wrong, but go ahead. Go ahead.
How is that wrong?
You should- because because if I raise my kids based off of my opinions, based off of my feelings, you know how psychotic parents feel, how they
Or your
think.
fears,
Like, are you
What?
or
being serious
your
right now? If I raise
fears,
my
or
kids
your
to
preconceived
fear,
notions.
Okay. Um, let's see. What's a good example that I can use? Um, for example, like I said, religion. That religion is your religion. Do we honestly give our kid an option on what religion they can be, or do we just, hey, you coming to church with me? You come in,
Coming to
I'm about
church
to
doesn't make
teach
you
you
a
the
Christian,
Bible.
though.
I'm about to teach you this religion because that's your belief, correct?
Hmm. It's right too. But go ahead.
So what is that? When you bring your kid along and just naturally push this on them, what is that?
So what is it when you tell your kids not to walk in
No,
the
no,
street? What is it
I'm
when you
asking,
make them
like,
go to school?
you
Like, what is
answer
it when
that
you
with
make them?
question. You
I bought
answer
my
No,
that
listen,
with
kids
a
stuff.
question.
because I'm making an overarching point. We teach our children everything they need to learn in the world, everything. And so the only time people have a problem with it is when it comes to religion, and I find that ironic.
I took my kids to church, and my daughter believed or has Islamic beliefs, and I don't go to church
Mhm.
now, but
Yeah,
she grew up in church and was in the choir, and she didn't gravitate towards that religion because I didn't say this is what you're gonna like.
You
When I
have
was
to
a kid,
do right.
my daddy believed in Islamic and my mama was Christian, and I was pulled between both, but I wasn't told that I was going to be Christian nor Muslim. It was just this where I want to go, and because you a kid and we can't leave you at home by yourself, and I'm not putting you with nobody else, you're going.
But did they give you options? Did they show you
Yeah,
options?
we
Did
couldn't
they show
participate.
you multiple? Did
We
they
could
show you multiple other religions and be like,
So
this
so
is all the
I read
religions you
about
teach?
No, we don't need to
wait,
do that.
Hinduism. I read about
Right.
Buddhism.
Can I
Can I
I read about
interrupt?
wait. So should your
I read
kid have
about.
options of whether they want to be like a murderer or not? Like I know that's like let me say that's
Okay,
extreme,
so
but I'm just saying
I knew she was
if
gonna do that.
I want options to whether or not I want to be a good kid. If I think I want to go over here and stab Johnny in the face, how you gonna tell me it's wrong? It's what I want to do. It's my option.
But
Like
is your
y'all don't give
idea
me options
good,
at 10.
correct?
Y'all boy, that's where y'all would be so. There's somebody
My
putting this
Hold on,
shit
hold
on
on,
me.
hold on,
Don't
hold
start
on,
with
hold on.
them.
Wait, you said
She
something
hates
there.
that.
You said something. You said a good kid, right?
And I said
But
more than something. But go ahead.
but what is your definition of a good kid? Your
God's standard
definition
is the
might not be
definition
the
of a good kid.
definition of somebody else's definition of a good kid.
De Niro, stop playing with me. If I sit here and tell you I want to unalive a kid because he took my toy, you tell me that I'm a good kid, you a goddamn lie. Stop playing with
In
me,
third
Now,
okay?
maybe you
world
are De
countries,
Now,
Niro.
wait,
Maybe De
wait.
Niro
In
good,
wants to
third
yes.
play
world
fake.
Again,
countries, do
good
they
and bad can
not
be
live
subjected
by
in your own
different
eyes.
laws and
okay.
rules?
So
In
Here's the
third
thing.
world
Here's the
countries,
thing. Here's the thing.
I'm sorry.
Religion is just one of those things that, especially for specific ones, there's no reason to teach. Christians believe, most Christians, if they follow the Bible, that this is the only true religion. So I don't need to teach my child lies to hope that they follow the truth. I just need to teach them the truth. Now, if they choose to veer away from the truth and go explore, talking to the spaghetti man in the forest, that's between them and God. But as a parent, spaghetti man in the forest, that's between them and God. But as a parent, I will set a solid foundation and standard. That's between them and God. But as a parent, I will set a solid foundation and standard in a belief system.
To answer his question, because he had a question.
You have to understand that
Lovely. He had a question.
outside of Christianity, there are a lot of people who follow the Bible who don't claim themselves as Christians, but they still follow the biblical morals or the biblical laws or the commandments or the statutes. and they don't even call themselves Christian. So there are a lot of people following that actually still do
What are you
believe
saying?
in
Why
that.
are you saying? What you mean by that? Why are you? I'm asking. What do you mean? Like, how does that relate to what I just said? That's a better question.
Well, because you mentioned Christians, because we were talking about like if
No,
you
no,
look
no,
at
no. I'm
religion.
sorry. Let me rephrase it. I'm trying to phrase it right. Are you saying that because
No,
other
no,
people follow the
I get
Bible?
you.
Are you saying that because
Yeah,
other people follow the
there are
Bible that
many
they might
people
be following
that
truth?
yeah, they're I guess more believers than they are following a religion.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
If
They can
that
still
makes
follow
sense.
truth and not label themselves as a Christian. I believe that's true. People can still
Right.
follow truth and not label themselves as a Christian. Absolutely.
Period. Okay, guys. Do you want to go to question 3?
Mr. Print didn't get a chance
I
to
wanted
speak on it. Yeah.
to talk to De Niro really quick, a little bit of back and forth for a sec. You were asking, about parenting. What is it when we're teaching children the things that we believe to be true? That's the premise that I'm assuming you're coming with. So what it is it's called indoctrination. That's what it is. Indoctrination in its definition is not inherently a negative or a positive. It's basically distilled down to teaching, essentially, giving information in an area. So what you're talking about is indoctrination into social circles, indoctrination into religions. That's what's happening. It's not, I don't teach my kids everything that makes me happy. I do a lot more teaching in the things that are more difficult for me that I wish I didn't have to deal with. So my own personal standards that I held myself to when I was a person without children is not the same person or the same standards that I'm raising my children to, because I've changed after having kids. The things that I once believed are different today than they were in the past, or the things I believed in the past aren't the same today. So like, I just am instilling a lot of fact, and the things that aren't supported in fact, I teach, but I also offer them the ability to be skeptics and to question. I don't really force my kids into a lot of things. When they were younger and they didn't have any agency, they were, someone said earlier that their parents said, I can't leave you alone. This is where I go. You're coming with me. That's a fact of life. So, but once they got to self-agency, me deciding things for them, that percentage changes, and where now I'm not necessarily making all the decisions, but I am still providing information that both supports what I desire, but also information that maybe will benefit them that doesn't necessarily support my own desires. Because I don't want my children to grow up like me. I want them to be better than what I was. And that requires teaching them to do things different than I did.
And I agree with it, because that's exactly how I teach my sons. And well, my newest son, he's going to be taught the same way. Agree with it, because that's exactly how I teach my sons. And well, my newest son, he's going to be taught the same way. Agree with it, because that's exactly how I teach my sons. And well, my newest son, he's going to be taught the same way. But my son, for example, if it was up to me, I would be like, get into basketball, get into football. We're going to do a little boxing. But no, I allowed him, I put him in situations where we're going to do a little boxing. But no, I allowed him, I put him in situations where he can do chess, he can play instruments, and just do any and everything, soccer, baseball, whatever it is, so he can figure out what he like. Because a lot of the times we got parents out here that be like, well, I play football, so you gonna play football. It's a lot of parents that do that. It's a lot of mothers that try to fit their sons into they idea of a good man. This is what I'm getting at. Like, a lot of people have viewpoints on things that they think is fact, and actually King Huey in the comments has said it. People believe their indoctrinations is facts, and that I believe that.
So I want to ask you something. You said you had kids.
Yeah.
You've indoctrinated your kids
I want you to
into.
be able to ask. Hold on, Mr. Brown. I want you to be able to ask him, but Creole was waiting, or G.I. Jane was waiting. That's all, to answer his question, and then go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I had put it in the comment section. I was just saying, religion, spirituality, all of that is personal. It's a personal connection. It doesn't have to. It could be skewed. It can be questioned by the next person. It's how you feel. So at the end of the day, the connection that you have towards whatever religion, you asked me, we were allowed to read every book. When I placed the Bible in front of my daughter, I told her to read the stories within the Bible, the many books within the Bible. I said, don't gravitate towards a feeling unless you are genuine with that feeling. But she also read about Hinduism, Buddhism, the same way I did, the same way we picked up the dictionary and learned the bastard language of English. And it's all of how you feel concerning your connection. My belief in God is very personal. I choose not to share.
I was just going to end it with a little scenario because, you know, talking about parenting and teaching things and that we believe to be true. It's good parenting to teach your kids that they need to wear clothing and how to get dressed, right? Like, that's good inherently. Like, that's a good thing. Everybody agrees.
Yeah.
Huh?
Like, what about in Africa? You gotta be butt naked.
Oh, that's
Well,
crazy. He
what
was
about in
asking
Africa?
you
They wear
now.
clothing in Africa, correct? There is clothing. People aren't walking around stark naked everywhere in Africa, right?
Right.
They still wear a leather cover of some sort that has certain symbols and certain statuses, and that this is all inherently, you know, taught from the culture, you know. So it's like, I didn't teach my kids to put their underpants on under their jeans because I believed it to be good. I taught them that because that is the objective truth. Your underpants go under your pants. That's not me indoctrinating them into some thing that I personally believe is true. But, you know, there are certain truths that we have to indoctrinate our children into if they're going to be successful.
Okay.
You know?
I can see it from that point of view too. So imagine this, right? Well, not even imagine. This is just a scenario for you. A rich person, he owns a business. He has these certain ways he do business. He grimy. He like, you have to be cutthroat in this business. No, show no love. That is how he view a good businessman to be, correct?
Yeah.
And he's gonna sit there and tell his son, like, you know, this is the way that you need to be in business, because that is what he believed. And another person from a whole different aspect of life can be in business and be like, you know what, if you do good business with people, you make them feel good about it, and they can teach them a whole different way, and they will believe that is true. That is why I'm saying it's subjective.
But even in that too, like, as adults, you know, we kind of realize, like, dang, even though I may have had a good parent, my parent may have had the best interest for me, I don't fully agree with every single thing my parents said. And that just comes from having life experience. And that's part of raising your child, is that you're trying to prepare them the best you can. So when they do have their own experiences, that they can kind of, you know, either side with what you gave them or create their own. So yeah, you're a ginormous role in your child becoming an adult and a functioning member of society, but you can also be a giant role in them not wanting anything to do with you. So, I mean, there's both sides of it. I don't follow everything my mom taught me to like the T, because there's some things that she has experienced that I haven't, and vice versa. So it's just, you know. Life.
And thank you, sis, thank you, Alta, even though you on Tico. And thank you, Lala. Yeah. Thank you, sisters.
Of course.
What's the thanks for? I'm trying to see what's some thanks going on.
Because, you know, they remember I had a question, or I had to answer the question, or wanted to answer the question. You know, my sisters got my back. Kev, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, he always
Well,
say
actually, I wanted to say this in the midst. I'm talking to
You
I'm
wanna
gonna
go
break
to
the
the
plastic of
next
it.
You wanna go to the
Go ahead,
next one?
Creole. This is about to be that
No,
time in a minute.
she had already answered it, Kev. She was just saying thanks for remembering. She was answering De Niro about religion.
All right. Should
I'm ready for
let's
the
just do
next
this one, the green one. We're just gonna do the green one, and then we about to call it.
No, I want to get to the last level.
I
Let's
know.
go fast.
All right. We got to make this quick, then. Man,
Whoa,
she be
so three.
cheating,
Okay,
man.
great.
She know that little sad stuff be working. It's that cheating stuff, man. All right. See what we can do. So should parents be held accountable for child's failures? This is gonna be a deep one too. I might can stretch it. I don't know. I can do it. I try, man. Tomorrow Friday. That's how I get myself every Thursday. Tomorrow Friday, I do that all the time. Be sitting there with the reddest eyes at work.
Quick, let's go quick, y'all. Let's go quick.
Send me some flowers now. Now I'm about to make y'all pay me now because I'm about to be paying for this in the morning. Y'all send me some flowers, get them lights going.
You should
Not
be
them
starting
flowers
off.
either, you little cheapy. I ain't talking about. I
That's
should have
crazy.
said rose. My bad. That thing that's on my gift thing. She gonna go for the cheapest one she can get. I ain't gonna be cheap this morning when I wake up. There we go. Let's go. Let's get some more of them. Go ahead and I don't even really ask for this stuff, but I know I'm about to feel it in the morning. But and
Not
get the
shaking your
shares going.
friends
And
down.
I'm about to
That's
start
rude.
snitching on them likes too.
I'm broke.
Rude.
Who's starting off? Alter.
Right.
We can start with Ayana. Let's start with Ayana then. And we gonna go down, then we gonna go then you then down. Or no, go altering up then.
I'm kind of hoping this hurricane makes me not have to go to work tomorrow, but you know, we'll see. Should parents be held accountable for their child's failures? I feel like it really depends on said failure. If you allow your child, your daughter, to spend the night at boyfriend's house whenever she wants to at 15 years old and she gets pregnant, absolutely that is your fault as a parent for not implementing any type of boundaries. Now, if your child is 25 and they never got a job and they have no sense of responsibility and they're just lazy and living in your house till you're 45, actually no, you're still at fault for that too, because that is your fault. I don't know. I feel like there are some things where you should be at fault and some things where your kids are their own people and they're going to do whatever they want to do. So, I mean, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Lala. Remember this: the parents choose what school they go to. The parents choose. It's a lot of stuff. I just want to throw a lot of stuff in your ear before, but I still don't got an answer. But I'm just throwing some extra stuff in there. Go ahead, Law.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes. To a certain extent, yes. I do believe that you have a big hand in how your kids turn out. It's kind of that nature versus nurture battle that people are trying to get through. So to a certain extent, yeah, you do need to be held accountable. Again, like Ayana was saying, it does depend on the failure that we're referring to. You know what I mean? Like if it's that, I don't know, there's a very small amount of things that I think you would have zero hand in. Like you have nothing to do with. There's a very small amount of things that you have nothing to do with, but because still you help shape their mentality in some way and the way that they see the world. But some people are just going to do what they want. You know what I'm saying? So this is like a small amount of accountability that you can be held depending on the failure that you should be held accountable for.
Mr. Pete.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can go up, down, or down, up, whatever.
I mean, I guess that my response would be yes, but the yes is contingent on, did you provide an environment to your child where that failure could have been avoided? So it's like an easy example. If you have a child suffering in a subject, right? And you're aware that they're suffering, but you don't offer any tutelage, you don't talk to them about it, you don't get them a tutor, you don't enforce doing the homework, you're kind of to blame at that point. You haven't done any of the things necessary to provide your child with a chance at success. The phrase we use is, let's set each other up for success in my house. So let's actively do things that'll help each other. And sometimes that requires brainstorming and being a little bit creative. But then the part where the no comes in is if you've given all of these options and your child still is having the failures at some point, the focus has to come back to the child. Are they putting in the effort? Are they not absorbing the material? Whatever it may be. But if you're not doing those things, then yeah, you're the one to blame. But if you're doing everything possible and you just don't get the result, well, you can commit no errors and still fail. That's life.
I just want to say this real quick. Some people should have been indoctrinated, and maybe they wouldn't be this awful. Okay, I'm on mute.
Twin.
Why it don't seem like y'all were answering this question? Is choosing to not have kids always so? Is that what we want? Like, are y'all? I'm serious. I wasn't hearing the. Okay.
No, we dang. Oh
That's what I'm
my, we
saying.
did skip that one.
Okay,
Dang.
I was say like I don't feel like y'all are answering this.
Yeah, we
one.
skipped that one. Yeah, we skipped that one. Dang, we got to go back to that one too. Dang, we
Okay,
got to
I'm
go back
like,
to that
it's
one.
no way
Dang,
these
that's a good
answers
one
are
too. I forgot
matching
about
this
that one.
question. Well, I'm gonna answer it for y'all first, period. And
Nah, you cheating. Nah, you gotta do what they did. Nah, you gotta. They
Okay.
on held accountable one.
Okay. I was just like, wait a minute. Okay. Should parents be held accountable for child's failure? Yes and no. Subjective answer. No, but yes and no. But because look, this is the thing. This is why it's hard for me to answer this. Because I feel like I've seen some parents who truly, did what they could do like love their child, correct their child, all these different things. And children are just, they get tied up with the wrong crowd and they just think, I got to prove myself for this crowd. And your parents, like these kids, you think they came from the hood. You come from a whole suburban area. Why are you throwing them games? You're not even from one. Stop playing. So sometimes people just want to fit in and they don't matter what their parents did. Sometimes it can be a lack of attention or lack of, discipline in a sense too, just by them turning to that lifestyle. But I think sometimes kids are just swayed. So I feel like it's not fair to, let's per se, put a parent in jail, right? Because their kid wanted to go do something crazy that they would have never told them it was okay to do. And they decided to do it. Now, for the parents who bought their child a GUN, right? And he, pew-pewed the school up, put him under the jail twice. Like, put him all the way under there where he just don't breathe at all. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about breathing. Don't even worry about it, right? People like him, yes, you should be absolutely held accountable when you are a part of what your child is doing negatively. When you refuse to correct your children and all these different things, and you always gave them the yes, right? Tell wives yes, though. Let's just make that clear, period. But the children need to be told no, period. I'm just saying. So, yeah, you can be held accountable for that. So should parents be held accountable for child's failures? It depends on your contribution to what that child is doing. So I'm just going to say yes, but at the same time, it's hard, though, because I feel like there's some things that just are just disconnected that parents just, it ain't fair if some kids just go the other way, even when you have put effort into keeping them on the straight and narrow. So hard to answer.
Let me ask this then. What about this famouser, right? Should parents get held accountable for letting their children date and they end up becoming pregnant?
Absolutely. Be like, oh, you got a girlfriend? Bring her over. Y'all can go to the room upstairs and just come back down here in 2 hours. Yes, you're freaking whack. Okay, this place, y'all play too much. Yeah, because you're a part of assisting that, right? Versus saying, no, you know what my rules are. You're not allowed to do this. I'm gonna tell you why, right? And that's in that situation. That's when what Mr. P was talking about that earlier, right? Like it's why you just tell a kid no, and this way I need to explain to you why I'm saying no. I'm not just being a jerk or like you're just don't get none no more, so you don't want me to get none. Let me explain to you what it is. I'm gonna let you know right now. You get some and bring a baby here, you're gonna get a lot more. Okay, a whole back and everything. Anyway, so I'm saying stuff like that. Like if I'm gonna tell you no, this is not what I need you to do. This is not what's okay. This is not appropriate and things like that, and a child goes behind your back and try to do these things anyway, people can still blame you and say, yeah, why did they even have any time to themselves, all these different things. But I think if you're saying, hey, you can date, yeah, go ahead, that's cute. Oh, you got little boyfriends and stuff, oh yeah, you're not talking to them about safe sex or talking to them about or stating period, all these different things, then yes, you're a part of the issue at hand for sure.
Nay, you next.
Okay, is choosing to not have kids always selfish?
No, you're cheating again. We had skipped over
Now
there. We're
y'all
gonna
want to
go
go
right
to the
back to
real
that though.
question.
We on should parents be held accountable for their child failures?
Like it depends. Like everyone was saying, like it depends if they should be held accountable. Like it depends on the failure. But like yeah, like if you told them and they still just want to be rebellious and do whatever they want, then like I feel like you have to let them learn, because like I told you, and I even said, like if you do this, then this what can happen. So like it just depends if the parent should be held accountable for what the child did. I only think like the parent should be held accountable is if like they just been a bad parent. Like that's really what it is. Like if they're not like they're like guiding or telling them anything, or like they just like or like they just neglectful, like away all the time, then yeah, the child might be bad. And because they don't have you to like be there, like they might be doing all kinds of stuff. So yeah, like that's when I feel like they should be held accountable.
What you got, cuz?
Oh wait, Kelsey said something in the chat, and this is really like like this is really like happening. She said like parents don't even teach their daughters like how to wipe correctly nowadays. Now that's something that
Damn, that's deep.
like, and it's not even parents, like it's the mothers, because I feel like I feel like a father can't teach his daughter how to wipe. They probably don't even know how you're supposed to wipe. It's front to back. Like, but they, like, I don't know, like they fathers, I just feel like a father, like he can't really teach his daughters like how, like girl stuff. Like they need their mothers.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like it doesn't seem that big of a deal for a guy. Like most guys understand that cross contamination is bad and whatnot. So it's like, I don't know. I didn't have any
You do
problems
not
with
know
this
about no
stuff.
cross contamination. Stop playing, mister. Not playing. Lies y'all tell. Lies. I saw this man in a junkyard eating a whole sandwich with his dirty junkyard hands. He play all day. Y'all don't care about no germs. Stop playing. But no, it's playing. I think Mister does though. But not y'all. Y'all play all day. He gonna put that controller game down. He gonna go eat him a sandwich. He don't gonna care about no hand sanitizer. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's too funny. Hey, he worried about it. AJ said, "You better cook for your family, Mister. You better cook." And I know you wash your hands first.
No, I see germ on there.
I see germ.
Not germs. I see germ.
I see germs. Yo, AJ said that's because the parents don't even know how to wipe right. I am crying. You hear me? Whew, that's funny.
But I mean, I learned a lot about just both human bodies, and it's like it's crazy how a lot of people just don't know. Like a lot of girls don't know that they pH balance can be off because of their diet. That's why they still out here eating all this hot Cheetos, this, and just doing all type of crazy stuff, eating candy all day and wondering why they got a little older. You feel me?
This is not a male bash.
Exactly,
This is not a woman bashing
Donnell.
live. So I'm gonna need y'all to fix yourselves, okay? Period.
No, it's not bashing women. We just saying. And it's a lot of men out here that don't know how to take care of themselves.
There you go. Speak on it.
Yeah. It's a lot of men out here that don't take care of themselves.
Right, because that thing
Don't
be
put
stinking
lotion on
too.
every day
Not that
and stuff
thing.
like
Oh
that.
my!
Like,
Not that thing.
But they still suck it though. So
hey, it's men out here
Y'all
that
put on
don't
mute.
change their toothbrush for years. Like, how you got the same toothbrush from the last year?
Look, TikTok, y'all be exposing your motherfucking selves. Okay. I was not too long ago in a live where a grown man pretty much told the internet how he doesn't wash between his butt cheeks because he thinks it's gay. That's happened. You know what I mean? And then, as ladies, I'm sorry, some of y'all don't even know how to wipe right. Like, at the end of the day, here's the thing. The litmus test was when we had COVID and the news had to teach y'all how to wash your hands is the reason why I will never shake hands with none of you. Like, ever. Nope.
They don't even know how to wash their hands properly.
I just said that.
Shoot, sorry. Women don't even know how to listen. But anyway, so
Like, I don't even see. Look, I don't even understand it. Okay.
women so
that was
hard.
like a big F you. I'm gonna say it better.
Straight up, right? Like, damn. Like that.
I
Also?
just said
You was ignoring me like that.
Like, for real?
Yo,
That was.
because
I'm not even trying to laugh, but it was just so instant. Y'all about to make me cry. Like,
This is my fault. No, this is my fault.
No,
okay?
no,
This my
AJ,
fault.
I swear.
No,
The last
no.
thing I heard you say was they can't wipe with their butt cheeks and it just sent me somewhere else. And then I'm looking at these comments, so I'm crying. I'm sorry.
Don't be making no excuses. See, this is why I've been gone. You see, I'm gonna drop. This is why I'm gonna be gone. Bye.
I just said that.
it was like it was bold at the same time, but then I could understand at the same time because I know it wasn't on purpose. But
It really was. I swear I missed that.
Did you just?
Oh, shoot. Because Creole already talked about
That's what you said. I'm gonna say what I say. Let me stop.
Blaming nobody else.
Oh, shoot, y'all.
Y'all be
I'm
listening to me.
crying.
No, I ain't being listened to. Goodbye.
Yo,
Y'all about to make me
that was
cry,
so
Doc. I
funny.
swear,
Like,
y'all.
I just said that.
Let me mute.
Oh, AJ, that's too funny. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Okay, guys. Well, AJ, you want to say who goes next, baby? I'll be hearing you. I'm listening.
Wait, so can I say something?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
No.
It's a yes.
Oh, okay, I'll be quiet.
Mr. saying no to all the women. Mr. saying no to all the women tonight.
Y'all is funny though.
But anywho, I'm gonna answer these real quick, I guess. Apparently I like to hold you all accountable for the fact that y'all can't ever go in order. So now I know I gotta do the red one, the other one, skip the second one and do the third one, and then we gonna do number 2. Cause
Period.
There you go. I can't count or nothing. Is bad parenting really subjective? If you're talking about people's ideology as to what is bad parenting and what not, yes, it can be. If we're just talking about all around bad parenting, like we have standards, then no. So that's a yes and no. What would you consider good and bad parenting, and why? Good parenting is if you're trying to steer your young person into a good direction. Simple as that. Bad parenting is when you put your ego in front of everything and you're not teaching your kid shit. Period. Point blank, like that was easy. Should parents be held accountable for their child's failures? Yes or no, to a degree. If they are in your care, yes. If you're an adult, you gotta get off that train, boo-boo. You gotta get off that train. You can't be blaming mommy and daddy for everything. You gotta take the reins and kind of learn some shit on your own. Just saying. Because there's a lot of you adult kids out here think you children still and grow up. But yes, if you're a child and you still live with your parents, you're still dependent on your parents, they're taking care of you and everything else, you're under the age of 18, yes, you are very much held responsible for what that kid does. So if that kid decides to knock over a liquor store, you need to be held accountable for that. Just saying. Why is that happening? If your kid decides, I don't know, to pew school, we need to figure out what the hell's going on. Like what are you doing? What are you doing? If I'm just saying, your kid decides, I'm gonna sneak out of the house and be out late. You should have been watching your kids a little bit better. I'm just saying. Not saying kids aren't gonna sneak out and do some stuff. It's not saying that parents don't try to teach their kids right from wrong and kids will rebel, but you're still held responsible for it nonetheless. So, and do I answer the second one or do I wait?
What the fuck is we playing on?
What?
Oh shit, my fault.
I know.
I'm about to say,
Well, I
which
think you're playing on that thing called an Xbox.
I'm about to say, which question got that real? That part, because I was
It's
about
that
to
thing called an
say.
Xbox. That's the only one we cuss out like that. You know what I'm saying? That trash box. All right,
Hell no, I'm on P5,
PlayStation.
but this shit
come
crazy.
on, man. You can't say that out loud, man. We
This
don't talk to our
PlayStation
P5s like
messed
that, man.
up. You don't talk to our P5s like that?
We don't talk that.
Oh no, mine
That's what
here
happens when you have the iPhone and game systems, bro.
Oh, man. Saying it from the wrong person.
He done got them tacos ready. He done left the scene. That's so rude. Okay,
Did
wait.
Creole go? Creole
No.
last.
Yeah, I'm last.
No, he did go. Go ahead.
Are we still talking
Go
about the
ahead,
beauty draws or
Jane.
we talking about the
No, I
question?
ain't go.
You
He said
did
you gotta
go.
talk to the
You
box
started
nicely.
with
No,
the
I
beauty
be
draws.
talking to her while I'm
Should
standing
parents
on
be
it.
held accountable for their child failure?
That ain't sound right.
Yeah, I ain't speak on that.
You caught that kid.
But yeah, hell
No,
yeah.
did he?
Like,
I was over nobody. Now I gotta say that now.
but no, they definitely should. Like in certain situations, you got to think a lot of people don't even know about credit at 18 or 21 or whatever it is. Like,
Deep conditioning, and now we're going in with the roller. Usually,
Not the learning tip of the day, period. Go ahead.
Right, we had to hear when they was. She over there, Laura. She had to do some
Brain scout,
discovery
okay?
stuff over there.
but yeah, we just don't be knowing a lot. We be misinformed, and yeah, so we should be held accountable. I'll laugh.
All right.
Back. I was gonna say
Jane.
thanks for that.
Okay, so there are dude wipes, and then they have big boxes at Sam's Club and Costco, and then ladies, Cottonelle works great. You can even carry like a little pack in your bag with your poop spray. But should parents be held accountable? Girl, I carry it around. Okay, never know. Should parents be held accountable for child's failures? Yeah, teeter-totter on both sides, because to a certain degree at a certain age, yeah, but children are not robots. They are people. So primarily they're going to end up doing what they want to do, especially when they get to a certain age. But until they get to that age, you are still held accountable for every action. So just raise your kids right, and front to back, even the guys. Don't be putting no doodle all on your balls.
Wait. Hold on.
I tell y'all I'm done
So
for
you
the
saying I
day.
can't have the Duke balls?
Hold
I'm
on.
not the Duke.
Hold on. Everybody write it down,
I used
okay?
to like to say my
Write it
balls was
down.
the ish.
And when you
Okay?
wash your
Some of y'all be
hands,
trying to go side to side, different
when you
directions.
right, and when you wash your hands, even though I'm just like AJ, I ain't finna shake nobody's hand. I give you a quick little nod and smile. Sometimes smile. You're saying happy birthday, and you do it in a downward position. You sing it twice, and you don't touch the sink or anything else, because once you touch the sink or anything else, now your hands are contaminated.
That part.
Happy birthday,
And
were
get
the
under your
ABC.
fingernails too, cause y'all be gross as
Yeah,
hell.
'cause there be doodle under there too sometimes for some of them. And if you got a man, ladies, ask him to wipe in front of you just randomly. Can you go in the bathroom with me right quick and wipe your ass and see what comes up?
This why I'm gay.
I mean, who booty that clean though? I want to know, because
Well, I
I
gotta
think after
tell
about a
you,
couple hours, that boy gonna have something on.
There ain't no
it should be
Well,
seeping
I never
out.
understood the. Well, I'm not trying to
and
go
what
there
does
though,
gay
but
got to do with
it's just.
anything? Okay, women got some nasty vajayjays and booty holes. What y'all talking about?
I'm just saying.
I
The things that can come out of a woman's vagina is scary.
But
Stop playing with
it
me.
is crazy though. It seemed like after like maybe.
Hold on. We ain't just going to skate past that. You just said that, Kev.
No, I'll be wondering like. It seemed like one fart to mess it up.
You gotta gauge your fart.
No, that y'all not farting and y'all shorting. Like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all over there shorting.
It be over. I don't think it stay clean for after maybe like I say maybe 30 minutes. That boy gonna get musty or something gonna happen.
Oh my
Especially the bigger
god.
booties.
Get musty.
The big booties don't stay clean that long. I know
Them
them.
big
Put
oh
some
my
baby powder or something over there. It better
Hey,
smell like
bro,
fucking cinnamon
that's
fart.
crazy.
cinnamon.
How your booty musty?
That's
And I don't want to know about none of
Well,
y'all
who
punk
walk
ass.
around with the open booty? If your booty, what I'm trying,
Wait.
who booty that
Hold
open it to get that much air? I'm trying to see something. What the
on.
heck going on?
Hold on.
That's scary.
It is so fresh.
Who
It's
the
called
fuck has swamp
hygiene,
ass like that?
Kev.
Hygiene. You can't stop friction.
Kev, as many things you could put back there for hygiene, and
Oh,
then
you
you
talking
can
about that? I get
wipe
what you mean. I
it.
get what you mean. I get
If
what you
you
mean.
out, you go to the
Yeah, put
bathroom,
the
you
like
need to
the.
wipe. Y'all
Hey,
don't be at the
okay.
urinal. Y'all be in the stalls.
Somebody, what if somebody some powder stink?
Oh my God, not shit powder. Now, Kev, what you mean by seeping out? That sounds like a intestinal issue. If it's
Ugh.
seeping.
You need to
I
get.
said seeping out. Ooh, that sounds nasty. I hope I didn't say that. That sounds nasty.
They sound like those people on TikTok. They'd be like, "Are you experiencing this?" But they never tell you what it is. You know what I mean? Like the amount of times I thought I had leaky boob eye syndrome.
Ooh.
You know,
Ooh.
TikTok. Just saying.
And women do it too, because the women that swear that, you know what I'm saying? I met a stud and she had doodle on a towel one time and she took a whole shower. So some women, yeah.
I'm just saying, okay, y'all need to figure out how to clean yourselves. And ladies, stop using scented shit down there. Just saying, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, your coochie shouldn't be smelling like floral and
And stop wearing
expressions.
You need to wear cotton. The filthy shit don't work.
Get this noob side down. I ain't playing Mortal Kombat in this one, boy.
Man, y'all will be amazed how good water is for you. Like it's man.
Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that. Y'all need
Oh
to
my God. Get you some water.
and some soap.
And some
Go buy some dial soap.
Man,
I ain't drink juice
hey,
and pop it so
fruit
far.
bowls every now and then.
Not
You still
good
get
for
you a
your
nice big
skin.
fruit bowl. Replace that late night, you know, you like cookies and pies and stuff.
Dove don't clean shit but a baby and ducks. Don't use no Dove for your skin to cleanse, because Dove ain't shit. It don't cleanse off nothing.
Why I feel attacked?
Some body waste.
Yeah, that's just for smell.
That's just gonna leave you slimy.
I feel attacked.
Handle how these
I got sensitive skin.
they stink nicely. I just don't talk to that person. I'm not
Also, make sure y'all sweat. Sweating is good for y'all. It's very good. Go to a sauna every now and then. That's amazing.
Your sweat shouldn't stink.
That's gonna be the right. Somebody got the nastiest sauna ever.
Your sweat stink is what you eating.
Also, can y'all stop using the blow dryers in the gym for drying your body parts?
And can y'all hoes stop drinking Hennessy and Don Julio and drink water?
Man.
Yeah, drink some water. Did y'all drink your water today? I don't drink mine.
Drink about 8 bottles of water.
Yeah, same. And some alkaline water. So, I'll be quiet.
1.5 or higher.
And it might be that damn laundry detergent that you use and that got your pH all messed up.
Nope, that's
Calm down on it.
That's not it. That is not it.
Oh, that ain't what be it.
What messes that up, one, is if you taking soap, one, you using the wrong soap down there.
Oh, damn. That too.
Okay, now if you're going out there and you like go buy like some store-bought panties or something, and then you didn't wash them motherfuckers, you just put them on. Just saying. Yeah, that'll do it. You know what I mean? Girls not drinking if you don't drink enough water. The whole thing, right? There's a lot that can throw off your pH. pH is one thing. If you want to not smell like shit, also don't have a body wash that smells one way, and then your arm deodorant smells another way, and then your laundry smells another way, and then you sprayed some fucking Axe body spray on your ass. You gonna smell like shit. Just saying.
It's okay to use aluminum. Some of y'all need it. Everybody, aluminum free don't work for everybody. Some of y'all need some degree.
Hey, fellas, it's okay to get in between your toes and shit. Wash your feet. Take care of your
I love
feet.
how it just turned into a hygiene line.
Goddamn me. It's all right. Soak them motherfuckers every now and then. Get some Epsom salt. Take care of yourself. Love yourself, brother.
Wait a minute, De Niro, because we got to remind them that the little thing in the tub, it's not just for soap, y'all. Put your foot on it and get in your ass. Get all the way up in there.
I have a question.
Put your foot up in there.
Y'all use washcloths, right? Because I always thought everybody did, and then I met somebody who didn't know what a washcloth was.
Yeah.
They just
like,
did
I use a loofah.
party.
And I was like, a what?
What they thought it was. What they thought it was used for. Target decoratives?
I don't even think they bought that.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean? I was just like, this weird. Like that you wash your body with that.
And when they do that on commercials, they're showing you how it lathers. That's not really how you're supposed to be washing your ass. It's for the commercial purpose to show you that it lathers and exfoliates. It's a commercial.
I just wanted to ask.
Oh, one more thing, AJ, and I'm gonna say this to the guys. The first thing you do, stop asking for booty pictures and stuff like that. Ask for the back of that toilet randomly at like 3 o'clock in the morning, the picture of the back of that toilet, and then go and go in her bathroom. You're just not looking in the medicine cabinet. Go ahead and look in the shower. If she got it hanging on the rack or hanging on one of them little things, or she only got one loofah up in there, you better not mess with her. Or one rag, don't you mess with it because she wiping her booty or her face.
I just want to point out how like
Man, guys don't care about that.
you're giving advice to men, and it's like men will jerk off in a fucking porta potty on a construction site.
Mr. P, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Like dudes are nasty. You think they're gonna be giving a shit if she fucking cleans her shower or only has one loofah? Come on now.
They should.
They just worry about that booty stink. If it don't stink, some of them still hit the stink booty. I'm just saying that I don't think they care about all that.
There's a difference between it being a little funky, and then there's
Ain't
I
gonna
just
bend
went for
that
a 10-mile run.
Y'all should care.
Funky, and then you ain't showered or washed your ass properly in 2 years.
And you don't know men.
Yeah, the porta jerk. Yeah, see, someone put it in the comments down there.
Oh my God.
I'm done with y'all. But anyway, me around back at the ranch.
That's where it went down at the ranch.
Who gonna start off on the second question? None of y'all answered.
Man, we got on a deep tangent. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yo, we gonna bring it back real quick.
Yeah, let's make it quick, man.
What you mean make
Like 7% on my battery, so if you want me to answer something, I got to get to it.
All right, we're gonna do is choosing. I should have skipped all to the last one. Is choosing to not have kids always selfish, and is choosing to have kids always selfless?
No, and no. Do we need? Do you want me to explain?
If you can, quickly.
All right, choosing not to have kids is not necessarily always selfish. I don't think nuns are classified as selfish. And they actively chose not to have children. I just think that it more so depends on what are you doing with your life. And if your life isn't gonna contain children, you can go and live a very selfless life of servitude for other people. There's tons of ways you can go about life being selfless without having children. And there's also people who can't have children who live very selfless lives. So, and is choosing to have kids always selfless? No. I mean, we've all heard stories from guys where a girl got knocked up and basically trapped him for 18 years. Now, this is just an example. I'm not trying to get to anybody's life in particular or anything like that. I know there's more context to every scenario. But people can have children and be good parents, but only had children because they wanted something. They're not having a child to necessarily invest in the future or even take care of the child in its own best interest, but for their own desires to have one. So with this dichotomy of being selfish or selfless, I would just like to point out from my own experience, I was someone that I would have considered a bad person who became a parent, and then via being a parent became a good person. It was almost like, so some people will look at having children and say, well, I'm a shitty person and I shouldn't have that. I was that person. I used that excuse. And then when I had a child, it sounds cliche, but there's, something about when you see your child open their eyes for the first time and they gasp for that first breath of their own air and they start crying. All of a sudden, all those weaker, inferior versions of yourself can't hold a candle to your motivation and desire to be a good person at that point. And that happens to a lot of men. Not all of them, but a lot of men do go through this transformation, and it's dependent on having children.
Go ahead, Ultra.
Okay. Is choosing to not have kids always selfish, and is choosing to have kids always selfish? Choosing to have kids, he's the always, that's the problem. Because it's choosing to not have kids always selfish. It is not. I think this one lady, which I thought was a sad story, but I understood what she was saying. She, there was an illness that runs in her family, and she was concerned about it becoming an issue for her children. She didn't know if it would hit her kids. I think that's a very unselfish thought. Her selfish thought could have been to have kids no matter what, and not think about that as an idea. So it's not always a selfish thing to not have them. Some people, I appreciate those who feel like they are not fit to be a parent, but I think that's sometimes hard for those who really shouldn't probably have children in a sense, wouldn't be able to actually say that. But I think some people who say that, though, is the crazy thing. I feel like some people who do say that actually turn out to be great parents. They fear parenthood, and then once they become one, it just absolutely changed their life. Krishan, for instance, that baby done did wonders to her, period. So I'm just proud of her. I'm rooting for her and her success in life, period. So choosing to have kids always selfish. No, because sometimes women have children because y'all men want. That's fine. That's y'all want 5 and 10 kids because y'all selfish, crazy. Y'all ain't pushing these babies out. Or anything. But so yeah, is choosing to have kids always selfish? No, I think people think about their life, what they want to see when it comes to family. They want to, teach the things, lessons and love on their children. So yeah, they want to have children. So always selfish. I don't think so. I think people can have children in a selfish manner. The environment that you bring your children in, I think it's selfish, right? Depending on how you bring your child into the world, the atmosphere that you created for them can be a selfish concept. But always is why I can say no on each of those. Sometimes it's definitely selfish to have children. Sometimes it's not selfish to not want them. So that's my long answer. Sorry. Thanks. Nay, I think you can go next.
Okay, so what Alter said, like, it's not always selfish choosing not to have kids because, like, me personally, like, anyways, I feel like you shouldn't just be popping out kids just because you want them. Like, I mean, that's not, like, no. So, yeah, like, it's not always selfish to not have them. Like, you should even at least be ready to have them. So, yeah. And is choosing to have kids always selfless? No. Like, because I feel like just because they don't want kids, like, that don't make them.
I'm gonna call you Teacup Nay. It's gonna be your new name. New Teacup.
And new
New Teacup.
right. Teenage. Like a teenager, but it's teenage. I know. How did you post a story while you live? Cheater. It said Arthur posted a story. So you cheating on my live with post? Say no.
TikTok is so ghetto because that was so an hour ago. Sick of it. Or 2.
Dang. What is the rub doing on that? Oh, you gotta mute and unmute Nay if you talking. I don't know.
Justice for Nay's mute button. Okay, if Nay come back, we'll come back to Nay. De Niro, do you want to answer the question? Oh no, he's here. Okay, sorry.
Yo, what question we on?
Do firecrackers burn your children?
Sometimes.
De Niro, go to bed. Sick of him, right? I was sick of him. Is choosing to not have kids always selfish? And is choosing to have kids always selfish?
Yes, that shit is selfish. Because if you don't want to have all these dang on kids with me, then why even be with me? That's how I feel. Good night.
Not if you don't push out 10 babies you don't love
My
us.
boy just said one side, didn't even say the other one.
I just want to say that firecrackers might burn my kids, but they'll only get burnt once. They'll learn.
But that's subjective, though.
He didn't even answer the question right. De Niro, it said, is choosing to not have kids always selfish? From 10 babies.
Yeah, I'm sick of you. Like, if you don't have my kids, I told y'all I want you to have these kids. Told you.
Don't answer that again, De Niro.
He trying not to lose his game. I'm sick of it. Had them kids, though.
Man, no, I had to finish this.
I told you he was about to lose. He said, "Man, had them kids." That's all I'm saying right there.
Nero said, you gonna have my baby.
Right?
Oh no,
That's
for
my
real.
baby.
Shit, I ain't working this hard to have no 2-3 kids. I need a whole bunch.
I told y'all.
What the hell I'm going to work for and opening businesses and selling all these damn dogs? Hell no. But all right, let me see. Let me leave this shit because we getting our ass bust. Choosing not to have kids always selfish. I do believe it's kind of selfish, but I can't say that all the time because some people is just afraid of taking on that responsibility. And just because they afraid, that don't make them selfish. Is choosing to have kids always selfless? In a sense, because you understand what's coming with being a parent. You understanding that you are now devoting your life to this responsibility when you look at it. Yeah, it's a child and all, but at the end of the day, you look at like, damn, I have to provide a meal 2-3 times a day, every single day for the rest of this child's until they move out and be on their own. Like shit, think about I know when I was in college, shoot, before I had my son, at 23, man, I was living crazy. I would literally be up all night, turned, then go to class, don't eat until probably later that night. I can't do that with no kid. And you just change. So I land on that.
You make that food for them 10 kids. I ain't playing.
Yo, Kev, I gotta go. Give me a drop, buddy. Y'all have a wonderful night. Be blessed.
Good night,
Don't spare the rod, man. You'll spoil those damn kids.
Right.
Yes. See that? And I love
Appreciate you, Mr. P. I got you though.
What's wrong with them being spoiled?
Dang, who beat me? Nate Fast Fingers. But you want a teacup and you want to be fast with them fingers, man. That's crazy. Go ahead, Jane. Then I got a question for Cuz.
Okay, so each child is about $13,000 per year. Unless you're raising your baby up in California, it's $23,586 per year. Usually comes out about $400,000 until they're 17, or $310 if you don't live in California. Yeah, if you don't want them, don't have them. Don't have them for selfish reasons. People that don't want to have kids, sometimes they have their reasons because maybe they are too selfish, or maybe they just don't want to have them. It's 2024. If you don't want them, motherfucker, don't have them. Girl, for real. And let me see. It's choosing to have kids always selfish. Because selfish people have kids all the time. You know what I'm saying? So either way, you know what I'm saying? Nothing is always. This wine is really getting to me. None is always. They expensive. Grapes is $1,000 for a bundle. Just letting you know.
All right. So, since Cuz only one that said always with the having kids is selfless. I wanted to say, man, oh my, it's working already. I see it. I was gonna say, and I did 12 o'clock anyways again tonight. Look at that. I told myself it was, but who did? Somebody made a noise. But I was gonna say,
Go ahead and go to bed, Kev.
I know, right. That's facts.
Don't be his voice of reason, eh? And I was like, you need people like that on your side, because I'm sure
She
just like,
ain't.
nope.
Her voice is clear that time. It ain't no teacup or nothing happened with that one. That's crazy. So she playing with it. That's what it is. She trying to blame it on TikTok. She said that. She said, when I say what I want to say, I'm gonna be clear. So you said that it don't have to be no. It ain't gonna be no. basically you saying ain't no selfish reason when you choose to have kids. So you said it's always selfless. I
Yeah.
would say, like, what about when people? Because I even think like legacy I believe in intent, right? My view on that is like it's intentions, like your reasons why you would want to have kids. It's like some people like legacy. I think that is a selfish reason. And even though you said it's selfless, like you want to prolong your bloodline or whatever the situation is. If that's your reason behind it. I hear a lot of people say that one, so I think that's selfish. Uh, you can have it because you want to. Some people might want to have it because they want to be alone. That's selfish. Uh, some people have kids to basically like live through them. To do something that they didn't never had the chance to do and stuff, which would be a selfish reason.
That
Trying to think of some more selfish.
of building a legacy, and that's mainly a man trait. You want to build a legacy for
That's
your
selfish.
family.
That's selfish reason. That's still a selfish reason.
But what are we trying to do? What is the
It's
main
okay.
goal?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm saying the reason
main goal, but what do humans do all the time?
they won't build legacy for sure. Yeah, I'm not saying, but that don't take the fact that it's not selfless. There ain't nothing wrong with being selfless sometimes. Or selfish. I mean, oops, my bad. Selfish. That don't take the fact that it's selfish, because it's still for yourself. But I think a lot of people be thinking that what I'm getting to is that everybody think that because you have a kid and you make that sacrifice. I'm just saying it's just depending on intent behind it. That's why I was just trying to explain in this one room, but they didn't care. They had their mind made up. It was what it was. I'm like, nah. I mean, both sides can be selfish, no matter how we want to look at it. People that don't have kids and people that do have kids.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say, but I don't know what happened. Like, y'all were saying y'all couldn't hear me.
Yeah, you cleared in the mug. No, that's crazy. You super clear.
The crazy thing about it is, if they chose to have kids for a selfish reason, I guarantee you once they get that motherfucker, they gonna become selfless. I bet you.
I seen some selfish people still have kids and still only care about themselves, still party
No,
and
Dinero.
still ain't trying to raise them, just
Right.
only. Yeah, I done seen it too many. Seen that
You
too
got
many
them kids
times.
running around being a little slave.
Dinero.
Yo.
Like so what Kev said, like, it's people literally, like, they okay, so like the people who say like oh I want a daughter or a son, or they just have a child just because that's selfish. Literally.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that.
Like you don't even care if they have their other parent. You just I don't know, like you just want a child just because, like, that's selfish too.
Yeah, and I can see it that way. That's why I'm saying, like, you know what, now that he said it like that, I can see, but even with having a child, you become selfless because then you're not thinking about yourself no more, especially a person that want to be a parent. Shoot, even fiends still be taking care of their kid. It might not be the best, but they still gonna feed it. They still gonna make sure it got a diaper on. It might be dirty, but or whatever. They'll still take care of their kid, and that's becoming selfless.
Dinero, like, but you'll be surprised, like, how many of them are still selfish and they have kids. Like, yeah, they do that stuff, but they still be thinking about themselves. Like, they just still 20 something. Like, it's just them. Like,
I say a fiend.
Yeah, fiend.
A fiend is choosing dope over them kids. They be throwing them in dumpsters.
Man, that don't happen all the time. Y'all hear a couple situations. Of course, y'all, okay.
That was all New York around the time we were born.
Man, I don't know about
If you
y'all
choose
out
the
there.
dope instead of giving, and you said dirty diaper, that mean they choosing the dope over the diapers. They choosing the dope over the kids. Ain't no fiend out here like, yeah, I'm gonna stop doing crack.
If we looking at it that way, it can get deeper. A person can be selfish with their stuff and literally just be like, okay, I'm just giving to my immediate family, everybody else on the outside, no. And a person can look at that and be like, oh, you're selfish.
That is selfish.
We talking
Yeah,
about the
that's still selfish. I was about to say, yeah, it's still selfish.
But ain't no fiend out here like, yeah, if they fiending and they gonna live by the dope, they kids ain't gonna change their mind about that.
This lady, just like this lady who, I mean, so many stories, you know, it's 1,000 stories, but this lady, that her little 2-year-old left in the apartment while she went out and partied for her birthday because like watch her kid and unalive in the apartment. So let's stop playing.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. Situations like that occur because we human. You gonna have those humans that's bad people.
De Niro, we know you're gonna be a super dad with your 10 kids.
Oh, am I?
You gonna be a super dad.
And cooking.
I think the most I want to have, if will be 5 and 5.
What the fuck? Kev, y'all gonna have to. De Niro want 10, you want 5.
Yeah, I want 5. I want at least 5. Yeah, because I mean the thing is, I grew up as only having 2. It was just me and my sister and stuff, and it's like I know how it is to have like a. So I do want a big family. That's if I get the right girl though. So I'm still ain't thinking about that. I do want kids, but I don't want it that bad.
You want them back to back? What if she have multiple?
Oh, they going back to back. Whoever my wife is going to rap. They going.
What if she have 4?
Their stomach gonna be at least 5 times in a row.
Gooey good.
But at the least would be 3, but at the most would be 5.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But no, that's why I'm grinding like how I'm grinding, and I'm doing everything that I'm doing because I know that when it comes down to having kids, that's a responsibility, and you got to take care of those kids and give them a life full of opportunities and memories, and you can't do that shit being broke. Go get to the money.
Well, I'm gonna say this. No matter how much you prepare to be a parent, you'll never be fully prepared because anything can happen financially, and you can't prepare yourself enough for them wake ups with all that vomit and shit on them and all them questions they have about the McDonald's sign and why the sky is blue and shit like that. At the end of the day, you can be a billionaire. It still can't prepare you to have kids because the only thing money can cure is poverty.
Yeah, money can't cure character. Yeah, preparedness.
They stopped them from stealing out your bank account, all that stuff. You don't know what type of. I already know.
Because I done seen both sides of that world.
Oh my. All right, y'all. Did we make it? Man, yeah, it's about to be 12 now. It's a wrap. Yeah.
Have a good night, Kev.
I'm gonna try to do this real quick. Yes. We could just everybody just sum up this last one. Pormiga in the middle. What the heck? I just noticed that. What's the deal, Lego?
Chilling. I'm listening.
I want to pop up. I told y'all how this works. Everybody pop up when I gotta go to bed. That junk crazy. I better get that energy tomorrow because that's gonna be a deep conversation tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow, that one conversation I'm saying with the It's a Man's World. I'm about to what?
It's a man's world.
Yeah, that junk about to be serious. That's gonna be one of my strict ones because people gonna realize, men allowed a lot of these things while we can talk the way we talk today.
I don't think this is a man or woman's world. I think this is the world of the asshole.
And that's the point. And the butthole make all the rules around here.
No, what I'm
somebody
saying,
follow, there's gonna be a war.
What I'm saying is that most successful people, right, or people that are successful or in the highest places, have a level of have a level of assholeness in them, where they have to be selfish and self-centered in order to get there to those high places. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to be a certain way to get there. Whether or not they start changing the way they do things after the fact, there might not be anybody left to talk to, because you know how it is that you gotta be nice to the people on the way up because you're gonna see the same people on the way down, So I don't know about that man's world, woman's world. I think let the best person win. How about that?
Well, There are statistics to show who's winning. So anyway, we'll find out tomorrow, guys. Not fun.
But I'm gonna give you the hint of why I say that, right? Because what I had to realize is that, it's only rights. We only got rights. We only have equality, all this stuff because men allowed it. But otherwise, if men didn't fight for these things, 'cause no matter what, women gonna need men to be on their side too. Man and men. I mean, men gonna need men and women gonna need men for the rules to be applied, for things to get took over. So overall, it's just. That's just a pure, a factual statement, and people don't realize it though. And then this thing, like, 'cause I hear people keep saying you don't have the right and all this other stuff, and it's like if men wanted to sit there and that's why I said I'm gonna be kind of graphic even tomorrow, but I'm trying to be graphic, but in a way of like not trying to get banana at the same time. But if men was the wanted to do something to women all their life or whatever, it's nothing they can do about it. It's literally nothing, and it would have to take another man to stop that. You know what I'm saying? And that's how cruel the world really is. If it was to go off like human, like go off of like just like I want to say, I guess human nature. I can put it that way. If they just to do what they want when they want without no rules. I think one of my questions I got on there was like, what would people do, or especially what would women do if it wasn't no such thing as rights? Otherwise, if no such thing as rights, men be fighting. They be fighting. That's all it be. I gotta think of some more questions too. I got to put on there though. But tomorrow, yeah, it's gonna be a deep one.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll ask the last one real quick. So,
Yeah.
what the, and I'm gonna just drop so that you can go. So I won't keep you here.
Thank you. That was a good one. Yeah, because y'all.
Everybody drop after your answer. I was like,
Everybody. Oh, see, they already playing there
maybe
already.
she's slick. She's like, I ain't gonna answer it all. What does spare the rod, spoil the child mean? What does it mean? Sorry, guys. It means if you do not correct or discipline your child, you're spoiling your child. You're not giving the proper direction. Why I like that statement, because I know a lot of times we go to like the physical aspect of that saying, but you have to think about it, the rod being like the metaphor, right? The metaphor that refers to the shepherds, right? Because this is a biblical term. So it was used to like basically guide and protect the sheep, right? Not to like beat them, right? So the verse is like interpreted to like mean that neglecting to discipline children is a form of hating them. And that parents, right, who don't discipline their children are not showing love. So if you're not doing that, you're not showing love. You're spoiling them in the way that you, like we think we're doing good with our kids. So I say like, that good and bad subjective in a sense, right? I think it's good. I'm a great parent, so I give my kid everything. No, you're actually hindering them. It's actually abuse. Okay? You should not do that. You should not give your child everything. You should not do everything your child wants and give them no discipline, thinking that you're soft parenting or you being a good parent. It's not even what that is. A child needs correction. That is a form of love. Correction is a form of love. So you're sparing the rod, you're spoiling your children, meaning, because I think Daryl asked what's wrong with spoiling children. That's why he dropped too, because period, nothing. I'm just kidding. But yeah, spoiling them that way definitely hinders them in their growth. So you want to definitely correct them. So don't spare the rod. Correct them. Correction is the rod. That's it. Good night, guys. Love y'all.
Good night. Also, I agree with Alter fully. I think she said it all time ago too.
I just learned. That's why I wanted Sean to be in here, because I actually had to agree. Because I didn't. I learned, because I keep saying, I'm like, man, God don't hate. No, he don't hate people. He hate actions and stuff. But I guess it do saying so, because I was explaining what the difference between what hate meant with God. But I realized I never knew the real definition of hate. I see hate is not literally, it's not, even though they got it in the thing though, it say opposite, but hate is not really the opposite of love. Hate, the opposite of love, it say indifference, right? It say indifference. It'd be indifference or something like that. It mean no concern, no nothing. Hate is basically And I looked at the definition. That's crazy because I'm today years old. I guess when I figured this out, when I looked it up, and I'm like, it just means a strongly dislike. Because I used to did not like saying the word hate. I didn't like saying it. I used to be like, nah, I strongly dislike it. And I'm like, that's still the same thing. So and what I realize is that because I look in the Bible, I'm reading out of love. I'm like, dog, I don't think there's no way he can hate something, and I believe he loved everything. But I realized that he can still love something that he hate. That's what I looked at that because because like that one scripture that they keep using, Jacob I love and Esau I hate and stuff, and I'm like, hate just means strongly dislike. It don't mean don't love. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean and then I looked up so many different things. I'm like, dang, that just expand my mind even more on stuff. I'm like, dang, that's what made me want to believe even heavier. And I because that was the only thing that kept getting me. I'm like, it can't mean that. I kept like, it can't mean that. But then again, it's like when I looked at the definition, I'm like, hate don't mean what I thought it meant all this time. I never knew that. I just never knew that. I had to look that up this morning. I'm like, dang, I thought hate
Kevin,
it literally was the opposite of love. That's
really
what I thought
quickly.
it was, but it just means strongly dislike. Just like you don't have to like a person you don't have to like a person to still love them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think we said that plenty of times. So that that's what I was thinking. I'm like, dang, I just learned that this morning. That's why I wanted to tell Sean, like, dang, I guess you was right. That God can hate still, or hate people, actually hate people, or hate sinners and all this stuff. I never knew that. That's crazy.
Well, Kevin, there's people that love to hate and hate to love.
Yeah.
Think about
I
that.
never knew that. I thought it was just really opposite. I'm like, that's gonna contradict. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how can you not love and love at the same time? Because I'm like, if God is love, and I was thinking about all that stuff, and then I'm like, oh, when I looked at it, I'm like, I guess so. He can still, because I still believe he loved the devil. He loved everybody. I think God, but but he hates certain things, but it's part of his plan. So he hates. So it makes sense. It makes sense, though. Makes sense. That's deep. But all right, y'all. I done did another 12 o'clocker, and I appreciate seeing you again. Homie, gonna hardly see you sometime, but I appreciate seeing you, my brother.
I'll be in and out. I'll come in more often. You know what I'm saying? When you talk
Yeah,
about
it's smooth, man. Hey, because you got that one group. I gotta see what they talking about too, though, because they be preaching too, though, for real. I already know how that be, man. Got to tie in with some stuff. I appreciate all y'all. Yes, of course. Alter, Kelsey, y'all always be
good
here
night,
every
my
day.
brother. Good night for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And he said he gonna try to slide through tomorrow. Oh yeah, you going, boy, tomorrow. Whew, that's gonna be a heavy one. I gotta think of 2 more questions I'm gonna add on there too, but watch how deep that get. What I had to do this Friday because it's gonna get deep. Because like I said, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be straight up real. Because like we can't deny it. It's like they can't deny it. All this, because the thing is, I'm with this topic tomorrow. I'm looking to crush. And I'm gonna be like that. I'm looking to crush this entitlement mentality people have, so people learn how to be more humble, right? Or learn how to be more. Even though people gonna still be stubborn, but at the end of the day, they get to be allowed to be as stubborn. You see what I'm saying? People is allowed, realizing that people didn't fight for us, and then had these wars and stuff. They allowed to talk the way they talk. They allowed to look for invest in businesses. They allowed to do all this stuff, but people just don't. They got this thing where they act like that you deserve this. No, you don't. You get the law. That's when you use the word allow, like literally. Otherwise, you better be thankful that man took a good side. I'm gonna put it this way. That's just what it is. I gotta be thankful for the man that took the good side, that fought for what was right. Fought for. Well, that's tomorrow, man. I mean, I'm talking about it before we even get there, but I'm just trying to warm it up a little bit for y'all. Tomorrow's topic, man. It's a man's world, man, and that's just real talk. You stand on 11 to 2 a.m. Friday. Let's see, right? If I get too tired, but all right, I'll catch y'all, man.